Sweet. Happy Friday, guys. Happy Friday. I have a lot of work stuff to catch up on over the weekend, so it's a slightly happy Friday. But that's kind of easy stuff. That's just like writing messages while I AFK and old score RuneScape on the other monitor. No, it's while I focus and do lots of work. Don't let anybody tell you different. Come on, load ya, bitch. Our repo's getting expensive. It has cost me money. I have to make like 15 bucks a month in order to pay for it, and I think it's only gonna get more expensive. Like every time we change the map, that's another 100 megabytes to the repo size. So, you know, ideally we don't have to do that too often, but I do it almost every time we work. And today we're definitely gonna have to do it. Because today we're working on some throne potion interactions, which should be pretty fun. So our vines, our tree that needs healing. Want to build navigation first. Well, if I can find a way to make some money soon-ish, which won't happen, but I'll try, then I will be upgrading this computer to a much better CPU. When the new Intel Core Ultra 285K. I think that's the one that I got my sights set on, which is supposedly releasing in October. And that'll be much better than what I'm using. Good thing is my GPU doesn't need to be replaced, just, well, motherboard, RAM, and CPU, so. You know, not the $600 thing, just the other things that are like $600. I don't know what we can make the vines, because right now the vines, how do these work? Obstacle vines. Do I have a base? Yeah, I have a base parent obstacle class. Which we show tooltip. And on event destroy obstacle, we hide tooltip destroy actor. Nothing too crazy. So I handle the okay, so I handle the collision then in the throne potion blueprint. Our yellow ball. And all we do is check if why do we on component hit collision component? Oh yeah, I see. Okay, so that was to prevent yeah, because the weather mask brush volume was getting destroyed when the player would throw a potion at it. Or no, it was because it was destroying the potion. Like the weather mask volume was, or the brush was creating a infinite bound well, vertically infinite bound square above where the brush was, which was destroying the thrown potion. I remember that now. Otherwise, we check if the hit object implements BPI obstacle, and if true, we delete it and delete the thrown potion. We don't pass through information on the potion that's being thrown, but we can. It's relatively easy. We just put a new variable on here, we expose it on spawn, and when we throw the potion, when we spawn the projectile, we just pass through that information, so that's easy. That is easy. We don't have any effects, though, that would destroy the vines. You know, this is where I wanted the immolate effect to exist and to burn these down. I could add it. I could repurpose one of our effects, however, that would be more extensive than I would want for today, because that would affect, I'd have to change Spoon's dialogue, maybe some of the encounters, and you know, I'd have to update everything that was in the world, all the existing ingredients that might include the effect that I replace. So if we're going to replace effects, I'd rather do that as a whole. Like just say, okay, we're wiping all the effects that are on in our ingredients. Next 2 days, we're just going to replace them all with the new ones. And we'll do that soon. Not today, but soon. The tree, however, 100% can be fixed. And we have to do one refactor of a function for that. Should be pretty fine though. I'm just thinking about the collision. I think I'll remove the widget that appears with the tree. I'll still keep the hover tooltip that says, hey, you know, this tree looks like it needs healing or something. As a little hint for players. We will rewrite it though to sound a bit better. And then in this case, you would throw the potion at it. I'd like for the thrown potions though to work in a radius, you know, right? It's very easy for me to make it work from the point that it's hit, right? We can grab the actor that was directly hit. I would rather have a radius where effects are applied. So, you know, we can pull a primitive in here. And I don't know. You know, something maybe of that size or a little bit smaller. And then we can, you know, we can do a trace for overlapped actors in this sphere and determine if, you know, if you throw it on the ground here, well, it is overlapping the tree actor, in which case we would play the heal. Best I can do is draw a debug sphere. I don't really have any effects. You know, I may have effects, hold on. I have portal V effects. GPU portal small. What does this look like? I think it's compiling shaders. It could be wrong. Wait, wait. Yeah, it's probably shader. Just give it a second. These aren't like amazing, but you know something might work. Better than nothing. Is it really that small? Kind of just a portal though, isn't it? It's not really a sphere or anything. I mean, what did I expect? This is called GPU portal, right? I do have a sphere, a Dyson sphere. Can't really make it bigger. Size. Oh, there we go. So, I mean, I could do something like this just as a placeholder because I don't really have anything better. Just play this and delete it after a couple seconds. At least just show you where it smacks, you know. Destroy, ball, play this, portal, run effects that we need to run. Better than nothing. We give this bonfire too. What does this look like? At least if we have like a, I don't know, some fire effect, we can use that when we add immolate to the game. I mean, it could be worse. Burn the world. Oh my god, it's huge. It's kind of cool though. Nah, but we could do something like that. I think we have VFX already pulled into the project that can work temporarily. At least for showing this radius, because I don't really have anything better. I thought I even had a second VFX. Maybe not. Don't really see anything. Alright, then I mean that Dyson sphere thing is gonna work. At least it shows me a radius. Alright, Thrown Potion, Destroy Obstacle, Destroy Actor. We do run Destroy Obstacle. 2 BPI Obstacle. That's where we'll do our check as well. On Thrown Potion, I don't think you can create. Can you spawn VFX? Spawn Niagara. Spawn system attached. That would spawn the Niagara system. And you'd have to attach to component. I think I would want to destroy the collision component when we hit. I almost feel like we would want a separate... I don't know what we would want to attach it to. Because, I mean, we don't want the collision component to affect anything else, right? So that destroying it is the right way, or just removing its ability to overlap anything else. Granted, we could also make like a separate... Well, I don't really know. Yeah, we have this collision here. In place of the ball. But I could always destroy the collision component if we successfully hit. Hold on, I gotta close my window. Somebody's weed whacking and it's annoying.
Get out of here, sir. Weed whack job.
Okay. Sorry about that. No, I'm not sorry. I apologize to no one. Except the lady. She's always right. I can't destroy component. Okay. I didn't know I could destroy component. I thought I would have to like remove it and throw it into garbage collection. So we can destroy the collision component. We can attach the Niagara system to here. And auto destroy. I don't know what the Boolean does. Auto activate. We can set the size, but I think we'd have to set a parameter. I don't know if we can do that. Set Niagara variable. It is a float. Variable name. That's a good question. Underscore size. Why the underscore? In value, let's see, what value do we want for the radius? I don't want to be too skimpy with the radius, especially for prototyping. I'd rather be a little bit more generous. I could do 40 maybe. When you throw a potion, that's the radius in which we check for overlaps. Out of curiosity, let's see how that looks. Oops. Wrong button. Habit. That didn't work. Because we need to put it here too. Like, it should be making that effect regardless. And while we do want to destroy the actor eventually, we want to do it after the Niagara system has completed. We can set a timer by function on that one. For now, this will work. That did not spawn a particle system. Oh. Is that relative location though? It just says location. Hold on. It might be world location. Yeah, equal to location in the case of an initial overlap. That should be fine. I think the sweep result will... I think that'll work. We have all data. Fuck around with it and fix it, so... Apparently we do. At a breakpoint. I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna see where it spawns. We'll do it directly in the viewport. So I'd like to find it, ideally. And then we can jump to the world location of the, wait, Throne Potion, it's called. Is it getting destroyed? Hold on. Pause. Debug. Resume. That's weird. It should have hit this node, but it didn't. Like it wouldn't hit this node because we check if it implements interface, and if not, then we. Weird. Hmm. Okay, I'm confused. Am I debugging the wrong one? Something wonky's going on here. I also still hate that that tutorial appears above the inventory. That's really annoying. You know, it is on component hit, and if we got rid of... If the collision is just ignoring, then it's not ever going to trigger that. In which case it's hitting... It's not hit. It's hitting this, but it's failing the implementation, and so it's just doing nothing. It's just going through the ground. I think it has nothing to do with on component hit. It's on the overlap of the collision component. In which case, what we actually want to do here is on it hitting anything that it's supposed to hit, or on it overlapping anything it's supposed to overlap. Then do the check if it's implementing the interface. And I'll make this look prettier later, don't worry about that. Destroy it if it's an obstacle in this case. And then destroy yourself. Although we don't actually want to destroy ourselves yet. My bad. My still bad apparently. Is it just not generating overlap events or some shit? No, because it was working on overlap. To test to destroy objects. So clearly the overlap is functioning. To block world static and world dynamic. Sphere has no collision. That's weird. Why did I do it this way? Raycast sweeps and overlaps, yeah. Weird. Out of curiosity. Is this even getting triggered? Maybe it is getting triggered. Maybe just the spawning the Niagara system isn't functioning or something. I don't know. Maybe the location is wrong. It's not getting triggered. Let me set it back to the way that it was. With the collision component being root. This is gonna fuck things up a little bit, but just want to try it. Well, I mean, okay. It's better. And it is triggering the hello. No particle system though. Oh, because it's doing the on. This is doing the on component hit. So now it's not triggering the overlap, it's triggering the hit. What the fuck? Oops. Which, of course, then it can't attach to the component that it just destroyed, so... That's fine, that isn't a bug, that's just I didn't hook that up because I didn't think it would be hitting that. But apparently it is. I don't know why that's fucking up then when I make a scene component the root. And it doesn't get triggered at all. Is it because it's taking the collision of the root? Yeah, but it's a scene component. What doesn't have collision? Huh. Hmm. There must be something I don't understand here. Well, I could destroy the sphere. I don't know where the collision... Let me debug the collision component. Where's the draw debug? Visible. Yeah, I need it not hidden in game. Because, I mean, I could destroy the sphere, but it's really the collision component that is... That's the one moving here, right? Or is the projectile movement attached to the sphere, to the static mesh? Well, I guess we'll figure it out. I guess we will just something. Alright, then destroy the sphere attached to the collision component. I could always find another way to get rid of the collision if we need to handle it in some backwards way. Not the end of the world. Or just make a new throne potion class completely. Yeah, see it. It bounces off. That's what I thought. That is what I thought, and that's why we want to destroy that. Okay, so maybe we can spawn a separate class and pass through the information that it needs. Like, let the throne potion just be the throne potion. Spawn a class at the location that it hits. What the fuck? Oh my god, why is that? What the fuck is happening? And the FPS is terrible inside of this thing. Oh my god, that thing is not optimized whatsoever. Yeah, the translucency is going to hell. Look at this. Oh my god. The fuck? Oh, maybe, okay, you know what, maybe we're not going to use this. Maybe drawing a debug sphere is the better way. Okay, fuck the Niagara effect, Jesus Christ. It's the GPU destroyer is what it is. Draw, debug, sphere. on the impact point. Radius 100, I don't know how large 100 is. We don't need to destroy an actor then, or a component. If duration is 0, is it infinite? Just draw it for 10 seconds. Yeah, that's much better. Oh look, it's not destroying our GPU. Lovely day. There's some weird collision on this that I should fix. On this mesh. Can't walk under it or anything. I could fix that right now, honestly. Where's this bitch? Show me your collision. You. Relatives. We should be able to handle this with 4 boxes. It really shouldn't be anything too crazy. Save out-of-date packages. Alright, I should be able to do that. We will add a new box. I hate how laggy it is doing this. There was some version of Unreal that they made it so that when dragging sliders, it's way less responsive than it ever used to be. If you go back to earlier versions of Unreal, this was a very fast operation. You have to go like really, really, really slowly. But I mean, if you type in the numbers, it's immediate. $190. I'm gonna make it smaller so it's more like the actual shape of the sign. Pretty good. It needs to be thinner. pretty good. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. I'd like to duplicate that. Wrong axis. Wrong axis. Right axis. There we go. 0. 70. 220. That was good. That was okay. And one more. We will flip this 180. I don't need to flip it at all. Idiot. Big dumb boy. 70 and then change this to 250. 260, 255. Nope, back to 250. That's better. That should allow you to walk under it now. And just in general feel better. Yeah. Probably a couple more meshes that are in similar cases. This one's okay. Better. Okay, what was I doing before I got distracted? You know what, let me get distracted one more time and make sure that that inventory appears above the tutorial. But I think the only way that I can do that is to manually change the Z order, if I can. Because the problem is we need to make this after we make the inventory, but by doing that we set its height on its Z order on the viewport higher. I'm not sure if we have a way around that other than creating the inventory last. But we can't do that because the hotbar needs to reference the inventory. Let's see, UE5 change Z order viewport. Global Z order. Place siblings, a global container widget that you place all your widgets in rather than adding widgets directly to your viewport. Yes, agree. It's probably the only way to handle it. So that's the only way I can think of too. Or, you know, I can make that hotbar reference, but I'd have to delay it by a couple seconds until I'm sure that um, the inventory has been made, which is a very dirty way to handle this, but honestly probably the quickest way to handle it. Just don't tell anyone. Don't rat me out. Don't do it, chat. This one. Oh, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think that's the only thing that made a reference. For the inventory was the hotbar. I'll double check. Honestly, who knows? Inventory ref on construct. Well, that's part of the inventory, so that's fine. The only thing that was part of the main game HUD that was added that had a reference to the inventory was the hotbar. And that delay should help. Apparently not. Oh, the hotbar slot? Oh, yeah, I do, don't I? Hotbar. Inventory. As I said, don't tell anyone that I did this. Not a very nice thing to rat me out to the authorities. Really? I mean, I could always send information to the tutorial when you open up your... This might be a more elegant way of doing it. Fucking latent actions. I could just send a message to the tutorial like, hey, if you're open, close yourself, and if you were open before, then please reclose yourself. You know what, I'm gonna do that. This is such a stupid way to do it. I'll just make a function for like grabbing the tutorial expanded information, and if it was true at the time of opening the inventory, we revert it back to that state when we close the inventory. simple as. Get detect if tutorial expanded. Tutorial widget expanded. Output B is expanded. What's it called? Why would I have not put the word tutorial in the tutorial? Objectives widget. God damn it. Who named that? That was me. I don't think we keep a track if it is expanded or not, honestly. Yeah, we toggle collapsing of the tutorial text box. I think we'll just save this to a variable then. B is collapse. I was gonna do is expanded, but because true here is collapsing and false is, I mean, I could always just save it as the opposite Boolean, right? So, but it's fine. Collapsed is fine. I could also have gotten the visibility, but you know what? Whatever. Here's the inventory, switch info panel. We know that this is called on setup. Detect if tutorial widget expanded, if true. What do I use to call? Sorry, kind of spaced out there for a second. I was just trying to think. What do we use to call the tutorial widget expanding? That'd probably be called directly from the player's blueprint. I just want to make this as seamless as possible, you know. Toggle commission window. That's the commission widget. That's for something else. Here. Yeah, I just grab the widget. We just do toggle widget collapsing. There would be a potential annoyance where, because this is what we call. What we could do is, because the player could still press H while in the inventory to open and close it. If they want, I guess. But we just want to make sure that we force it close when we open the inventory, and we force it open if it was open before when we close the inventory. I'm just trying to think of where we should store the information that it was open before. I mean, I guess I could throw it in here. I don't know why, but I could. Is visible false. This is where we set it to visible. Detect if tutorial widget expanded, and if true, open B should open tutorial after closing inventory. That's a very, very long Boolean name, but you know what? It's accurate. Rather than calling the function to toggle, I will just get the tutorial text box and set it to collapsed. Because, you know, if it's already collapsed, then who cares? So stupid. Band-Aid fixes on top of Band-Aid fixes. And up here we will we'll branch that it's a non-hit testable. Self in all children is collapsed. False. I think we could even put one little bit of extra quality of life on top of that, where yes, if it was open after closing the inventory, but also what am I thinking here? Because if the player opens up the inventory, we force it to collapse. But if the player opens it while in the inventory, no, you know what? This is fine. That's just, it's a bit overboard, especially for a prototype. This is fine. Let's see if it works. It's working every other time. Why is that? Oh, probably because is collapsed. No, is collapsed is false by default. Oh, because we're detecting if is expanded, but this is being stored as is collapsed. That would be why. Yeah, so okay, so it's working. So if you have it expanded at the time of opening your inventory, it collapses it. And then when you close the inventory, it will expand it again. If you have it collapsed at the time of opening your inventory, we do not expand it for you. However, if you open it while in the inventory, it remains open. Yeah, that's working. Nice. Very, very good. Now that the annoyances are over, we can get back to the the throne potions. Just it's little things like that that I think players can appreciate, and even in a prototype where it's not necessary, having a massive tutorial window overlap your inventory is not something anybody wants. I'll call that a necessary fix. I don't know why I'm so goddamn tired today. Alright. Now the solution that we think is going to be best for us. No coffee, hey boom record. I do have Pepsi pineapple. There's some caffeine in here. I gotta drink it fast though. I'll drink it fast. I'll get the caffeine. I'll pee into the bottle, and then I will drink the pee from the bottle to get the caffeine back after my body gets rid of it. See? That's what you get for being smart. You always thought it's lemon? It does kind of look like lemon, but it is pineapple. Pretty good. Especially if you drink like down to here, fill it back up with Malibu, squeeze a lemon, wedge into it, carefully like do this, because the carbonation will help to mix it, but just do this like once or twice, very slowly, and you have a very, very beautiful cocktail. Yeah, and nobody will know that you're getting wasted on Malibu. Not that. I mean, there's not that much alcohol in it because Malibu is what, like 20 something percent. You're only filling it up with that, so I don't know. It's like a beer at that point, in terms of 5%. Yeah, that's the way to do it. And I think that the Pepsi pineapple is the best one to do that with. You can also do it with the mango. However, one thing I also did was, you can get mango liquor, and what you can do is drink down to here, and then do half and half. So like pour in half of the alcohol for mango liquor, then the rest of that for Malibu, and do the same mixing, and you have a really nice cocktail too. Yeah, there's also mango. Poland is so far ahead of us, right? It's really weird. So you can't really get any other, at least in the US, there's tons of soda flavors, tons of different soda types. Here, it's Pepsi, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, and that's what the war is about. However, they do have really good Pepsi flavors here. There was also lime mint, and I missed that. I can't find that anymore. Lime mint was very good as well. Oddly enough, mixed with bourbon, fantastic. And I know in one time I was in Czechia and this was Coca-Cola, cinnamon. And they did this for winter. And it was okay. I think that there'd be some good mixtures you can make with that. But as a standalone, it was okay. Only allowed mint in my home is peppermint tea. Hey, Crimson Surge. We just got distracted by Pepsi and Coca-Cola flavors. Because here in Poland, there are some pretty unique flavors that they trial. What was I doing? Okay, I was thinking of making a separate actor that we spawn for potion effects because of the way that the projectiles are handled. So right now I'm just drawing some debug spheres to show. How's the cauldron going? It's going very well. We've added a new inventory for potions and ingredients. And we have a hotbar to apply your potions to, and then you can throw those potions directly from the hotbar. And they leave your inventory. That's pretty nice. Yeah, so I mean, like we're right on the cusp of being able to throw potions and do things in the world with them. We're right on that cusp where we can start to create some pretty cool interactions with the environment. Excuse me. There's still some things to work out, as you can see. What the hell? Inventory reference. Oh, is it because I didn't, Hold on, I was changing something. We need to make the... Yeah, okay, hold on, that was my fault. It was my fault. I changed the order of something here, and then I wanted to change it back, but I forgot to change it back. Fixed. It's a progress in your game. Can equip some basic free weapons I found. Fire line trays from them. Also got semi-auto burst fire and full auto fire modes working. Ooh. That is nice. Yeah, that looks better now. You think this is the right way to handle it, though, is to do is just spawn a separate class for potion effects? You know, I feel like it is the better way to do it. But maybe I'm crazy. Right now we spawn the thrown potion, it has its own shit. The issue is that I don't know what we might want to attach a particle system to, because we need to destroy the projectile. You know, that needs to be destroyed, and that has its own physics and stuff, so we can't like keep that there, but then we have nothing to attach a particle system to, which kind of makes it really annoying to do the effects of the potion being thrown. So if I spawn a separate class that is just designed to show the effects of the potion being thrown, do all the calculations, you know, keeps, I don't know, some effects on the ground or something, if that's what the potion does, that seems like it's a bit safer, because that's just designed to do that and isn't supposed to have any physics or anything weird with it. But it is kind of, you know, passing data from inventory to thrown potion to spawned effects class. Which, I don't know, it sounds kind of weird in my head, but maybe it's the only way that I can really do it. We're working on an ammo system for the guns, and that's way more complicated than I expected. Oh, like being able to change the ammo type? Or what? Like between piercing or explosive rounds or whatever. Potion effects. Spawn effects class, why wouldn't you just spawn the Niagara system? Because I had to attach the Niagara system to a component. But for the thrown potion, the root component is a is the collision component with the sphere attached to that, and it was getting really, it was doing some weird stuff with the physics and couldn't spawn the effects. And I don't want to have the collision component be the root, because once the potion hits something, I don't want to have the collision there again. I don't want it to, you know, re-trigger another collision or something, or be bouncing around the scene, because I have the projectile movement component on it. So, I mean, maybe this is just set up improperly for what we actually would want to do. But I could also just pass that integer for the potion to a separate class. You just spawn a Niagara? Not an emitter, it's I could spawn a system at location, yeah. It's less that. Actually, we couldn't do the Niagara system because that was a GPU killer. The one that I wanted to use. I'll show you what happens to the GPU when we put this down. It's pretty funny. Oh, that's a nice nice particle system we have there. Oh, what's this? Wait, it was exploding my GPU before. Why is it not exploding my GPU anymore? What is this? The translucency calls were off the charts. What the hell? Oh. Yeah, this is what happens. I don't know why. I was like, you know what? Maybe we just maybe we'll just draw a debug sphere for the moment. You know, we'll find a better particle system to throw into here, one that doesn't make your GPU And I don't know why. I don't know why, but we're not using that one. Yeah, I have no clue. There's something kind of weird with this Niagara system. So I think I'll just do the draw debug sphere for the time being until I can find a better particle to use. Each gun having its own magazine, ammo pools. That does kind of sound annoying. How are you trying to handle it now, Crimson Surge? Not good with Niagara, but maybe something isn't dying. It's kind of what it looks like to me. Is that it's also weird because it didn't seem to happen with a tiny particle system. It only seemed to happen when I increased its size, which was weird. Oh no. No, it's doing it. I have no clue. It doesn't matter. I don't need particle effects for this. I just need a sphere to represent the trace that we're going to do for the impact. Where's the rendering? Hidden. Here's the problem. You'll be able to see the oh no, it's because I destroy it, but if I don't destroy the component or the actor. No, I'm destroying the wait, am I destroying the actor when I do this? Yeah, but the debug sphere is staying. So because I have to destroy the actor, if I don't destroy the actor, the collision from the ball just keeps bouncing. And I can destroy the component. It's not an issue. I just was wondering if it was smart for me to be spawning the effects and handling all that with a thrown potion, or if it would be smarter to have a separate class that we spawn that is more specifically catered to handling effects for potions. One that doesn't have the projectile movement component, one that we don't have to delete components from. So we just say, okay, is all this stuff true? Good. Spawn this new class at the location, and we can fill that with whatever we want. If anything else that you want to throw and do effects, maybe, but I can't say for now. Do it on the potion. Okay, I mean it's also like, wow, what a complex class. Imagine if we had to refactor this. Oh, the amount of time it would take to write 6 nodes. So, you know, like, whatever. We'll just do it here for now. If we need to refactor it later, who cares? I'd find a tutorial where you can add an enum table with an array with all the ammo types in it, but that also meant breaking and making a structure to then apply some of those things. Make things way more complicated than needed and being a headache to get to work. Instead, I'm just going to set the values in each gun separate enum, just so it's simpler system overall to implement. Enum table with an array with all the ammo types. Yeah. Also meant breaking and making a structure, then apply some of those things. I mean, that kind of sounds okay to do, though. Like, you would have, you'd have a gun, right? And in that gun, there would be the enum to choose which ammo type it used. And then you would make a data table to handle what the properties of that ammo type. I mean, that is the way that I would do it too, maybe. But having each gun be a separate enum, I mean, you could also just do guns. You could also just do a gun data table. Rather than doing an ammo type data table, just do a gun data table where there you set the ammo type and all the other properties. And if you really wanted to, then you could have a separate data table for specific ammo properties. I guess either could work. Alright, we can make a function for some of this stuff. I want to know why throwing at an obstacle specifically triggers the overlap and not the hit. Probably because I don't have collision on the vines. Well, actually, I'm not sure. What did I do here? I have interactable collision. But that shouldn't block. Yeah, it's the obstacle box that blocks the player. And it probably ignores projectiles. It overlaps projectiles, and that's what we test. It's a little awkward. And the interactable collision ignores projectiles. Okay. Okay. I can do. Yeah, if I do a sphere trace at location, I can then do a debug to show that that trace. We'll do a sphere trace or sphere trace for objects. Out hit. Does that give me an array? Returns the first hit encountered. I don't think I can get an array of... Oh, it's the multi, that's right, the multi-sphere trace. That returns the array. All right, let's see. Object type, object type. We don't have a separate object type though for our obstacles. Maybe do a... Yeah, by channel, by profile. Nah, I mean, obstacles is probably the right way to do it. Or by objects, not obstacles. I mean, I can always just check if they implement an interface, right? And we can do some specific things for that. Not a big deal. I don't think it would return that many, though. I mean, we're not doing a massive trace. And we don't have places in our game where this is going to return more than, I don't know, maximum of 10 things. It's not happening every frame. Is it a little bit of calculation? Sure. Is it a massive amount? Nah. I don't see any location where returning those objects that are hit would result in more than 10 to 15 things at most. In which case, doing a for each to send like an interface call is not going to be that big of a deal. I think I would just do an interface check. Like, does it implement this interface? If true, then send information to that. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Alright, start location is on the impact point. Well, start and end location should be on the impact point, right? Because it's... we're just tracing in that spot. And radius, I don't know. Let's just see what 100 looks like. No, we can test against simplified. We want to grab world static, world dynamic, pawn, and physics bodies. And NPCs. We'll just see what that looks like. And then for each, well, I'll just print the length. Just out of curiosity. And we'll try throwing this around in some places. Hit number objects. That is tiny. Hit 3 objects. What the fuck are you hitting 3 objects for? What objects are you hitting there? Two objects. Hold on, I can debug this. Floor tiles? I mean, it's definitely hitting the landscape. That's one of them. There might be multiple tiles I don't know. There might be multiple landscape chunks. Can test it better here. Where's the display name? Box component. Oh, it's the flux surface coastline. Of course. Of course. And then the other one is probably the landscape, right? Yeah, landscape. It's because it's always fucking fluid flux. I have to remember that, but it's because the goddamn surface component. Technically, this is one giant box. So any sort of check that goes on in here is always going to be overlapping it. God, that's obnoxious. Fluid flux. I mean, that's fine. I'm just gonna go throw some potions around in different locations and see what kind of numbers we're getting for hits. Today, if we have time to, it'd be nice if I could hover over these and press the number of the slot that I want to assign it to. But that seems like a bit more work. What do you think of the Narrative Pro stuff? I have not looked into the Narrative Pro stuff yet. Hit 4 objects. Okay. Now this, technically this is only considered one, even with the multiple meshes. So we're not gonna have too much of an issue there. Eight objects. It's a pretty small radius too, so. You know, there are gonna be some locations that we hit where this is increased. Another 8 objects. It's still fine, you know. Doing a small trace, looping through 8 objects, not a big deal. Let me go test it underwater. Nice thing is the landscape or the foliage component is one thing, so even when there's a high density of landscape foliage, like down here, yeah, it shouldn't hit that many. Finally infuriated by I bought narrative inventory, no updates for a long time. This time while I pushed more and more stuff, and now this. I think that's a fair criticism. Nine objects. Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's doing a trace to the interactable. Maybe not. It is kind of like a deluxe edition, isn't it? Where, oh, you just wanted to make more money. It's a Skyrim re-release. Skyrim remastered. Yeah, I could just print the name of the objects. I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm more concerned with the number of things hit rather than the specific things hit. Because I'm just trying to see if there are any locations where I'm going to be hitting, I don't know, 50 objects or something. which would be a little bit worrying for me to loop through and do a trace for from a performance standpoint. Even though it really shouldn't be it's really not a big deal. Especially, again, for a prototype. Does not really matter. You just have to get a better PC, yeah. My game isn't unoptimized, your PC is just garbage. Ah, wait. Oh. Weird. Did that not hit anything? That was weird. Hey, Marius. How you doing? How's your Friday? Friday good? Friday is good. You're not wrong. My Friday's going okay. I got a lot of work to do on the weekend, but... How is that not hitting anything? Oh, you know, maybe the projectile component has a lifetime. That's possible. I would need to remove that. We gotta double check that. So I think I just left it as whatever is default in Unreal for the lifetime, just for the moment. And that would make a lot of sense. Okay, 7 objects hit. We're very, very, very close to having thrown potions working on the barest of levels. But the first iteration of the intended system. And I think that opens up the game quite a lot. I mean, you will be able to throw your potions and hit these big boys. Assumedly. And, you know, we could spawn ingredients at that point, or we could just, you know, temporarily just instantly add them to your inventory or something. But, you know, we'll have combat. They're not going to fight back at the moment, but at the very least, they will be able to take damage and die in some cases. Destroying obstacles with the right effects. That tree that's outside the hut that you normally needed to interact with to heal, now you can just throw a potion at it to heal. If it's the right potion. I do want to know if that is hitting... Yeah, I think it is. Okay, good. Excuse me? The fuck? Oh my god. That is the second... Okay, so it does happen on my own computer. There's something weird with TAA that causes that. I do not know what causes it. But if you set your anti-aliasing to TSR, that problem goes away. We'll turn the monsters into Neko girls. Oh my god, Okay, speaking of cat girls, I was laying in bed, And Christ, why am I saying this? Okay, I was laying in bed and I was thinking about cat girls. Don't take this out of context, okay? Nah, fuck it, take it out of context. I was laying in bed thinking about cat girls, and I thought, what if there were a game where you run a cat cafe by daytime? It's a cat cafe management game, and by nighttime, the cats are actually cat girls. So they transform from regular cats into cat girls, and you have a dating game. Daytime cat cafe, nighttime cat girl dating sim. Go on. Go on and tell me that that would not be very successful. "14 objects, Jesus Christ." Oh, that is what it is. Internet died when you were finished with the daytime gameplay. Okay, so daytime cat cafe management game, right? Keep track of your customers' happiness, make sure that they have cats to play with, take care of the cats, make sure they're being fed, take them to a separate room if they're getting too stressed. Nighttime, once the cat cafe closes down for the day, you enter. The cats are actually cat girls, so they transform from regular cats to cat girls, and you have a dating simulator. It actually sounds successful. It sounds like it could work. Playable demo win. And thankfully you mentioned it, because I had actually forgotten that I had that thought last night, and I was thinking, God damn it, if I wake up and forget this, I'm gonna hate myself. Because it's actually a very, 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 very sellable idea. It's questionable, all right. I mean, you're just. Working on a cat game right now. Funny enough, are you really? What's your game like, Krill? In my other bottle. All right, what's the actual radius we want here? Maybe like 500? Sounds a bit too big, but we'll see. Your kitten has been kidnapped, so I will name it Catnapped, I think. I like that. And you go to animal shelter, raiding them in search of your kitten, so like top-down shooter. Oh my god. So your cat has been kidnapped, and basically it's Hotline Miami to get your cat back, is what it sounds like. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's got to be like, I mean, don't let me tell you what to do, right? But I can imagine, like hardened, glaring, never smiles Yakuza, man, like in his like, like early 30s or late 20s, and he loves fucking nothing except that cat. He loves that cat. That's what you were thinking. Yeah, it's absolutely perfect. just the most hardened mafia member ever, but he will do anything for that cat. John Paul Wick. Holy shit. I absolutely love it. I love the idea. Just the most brutal takedowns ever. Speaking of Yakuza and cats, have you seen Way of the House Husband? I have seen that, Datu. And that's exactly the kind of main character I was thinking of. I forget his name. Way of the House. What's his... What's his name? I need a better screenshot than this. That's pretty good. Just this guy. Just going absolute balls to the wall Hotline Miami in the shelters and in clubs looking for his cat. Screaming like Batman and Dark Knight, where's the kitten? This is a pretty funny anime about a former Yakuza member who becomes a house husband. It's pretty funny. That's still way too big for a potion. It needs to be maybe half that size. Let me try, let's try 250. 100 was too small, 350 is too large. A little bit too large still, I think. I want to be generous, you know, if players like miss or if they, you know, hit like the side here or something, right? 23 objects, Jesus Christ. That's anime you saw with Steins Gate. How many years ago? I mean, it's not a bad size. I think that's acceptable. You know, over 1.3 million farming XP? Jesus Christ. How many times a day do you log in? Bet you voted yes to Wrathmaw too. I'm just kidding. The daily scape grind though, I don't like doing the daily scape. 2 years ago. There's a lot of good anime you've been missing. Especially if you're into like fantasy or something. Five runs. You have that new Varlamore farming patch. Make sure to get your Varlamore tokens too. You know, once that last one gets uncovered, it'll be good to have all your tokens collected. I don't know what length your name is though, so you just gotta make sure that you get the one each day. Okay, well that line trace is pretty good. We want to do the same thing up here. Tokens? Yeah, so it's some secret in Varlamore. And we've the community has uncovered 6 out of the 7, but we don't know what the last one is. And they will unlock something potentially in Varlamore Part 2. You know, maybe some secrets, some costume, maybe some item, maybe they're needed for a quest, we don't know. But you can get them in doing different things. Like and some of them are very specific, like you need to mine the calcified rocks in Camtorm while the music track Scape Main is playing. Or pickpocket this NPC while she's standing specifically on this tile. or your quest list must be sorted by storyline in the settings. So there's clearly some kind of secret here that having all these tokens will uncover, but we're missing the last one. And you can only get one per day, and the one that you can get on that day differs by both the length of your name and the day that it is. So like my character name is 11 characters, and today I would only be able to get the buffalo token. It's pretty crazy. But I'm pretty excited to see what it unlocks. There's also one in Tombs of a Masket. The Mask of Rebirth. That you can get. But that's a whole separate little thing. So far it doesn't really do anything. Okay, does implement interface. I think what we'll do instead is make the multi-sphere trace probably make that into a function. Make a function called perform potion hit. This needs to take input of the hit result. We'll do the same multi-sphere trace. But instead what we want to do is look for don't give me in clap. Just Goran. No clap today. Alright, maybe a little bit of clap. 2 clap. This is why it claps. This is an interactable, so we could send a message to interactables. This is an obstacle. These both interactables and obstacles both have blueprint interfaces, so we could make an interface call for the hit objects and then just, you know, write some custom shit if they're supposed to react to it. That's probably the best way to handle it. Event interact, heal tree. Oh, you know what? We probably call the... Yeah, we call it from the WBP heal tree pop-up. And that's going to be calling the test if player has potion. Which is from the function library. This needs to be rewritten. Okay, how do I want to handle this? You know, we also want some ingredients to interact with potions too, right? So you need to throw a potion with a certain effect to maybe cause an ingredient to become collectible. right? So maybe you need to destroy some outer protection to this fruit in order for you to be able to pick the fruit. As one example. So what we really want to do here is take the BP interactable, make an interface call, and set up a function that can have an input of different logic to, you know, I don't know, play an animation or change the state of the ingredient or of the collectible. Sorry. It's your nightmare. You'll be happy to note that I fixed your favorite signs collision based on your feedback. With that, now you can walk under these, not this one because you're too tall. Yeah, you should have seen the collision before. I think I don't know what, either it was the default collision and it was really weird, or I gave it weird collision before. Let's not talk about it. It's better now. It's all sexy now. Nice simple boxes. That's what we like to see. Zdrovia, thank you. Dziękuję. Dziękuję bardzo. Yeah, let's change BP interactable to have a separate, a new function. And we'll do an interface call specifically for the tree to heal. Blueprints. Where is it? Where's interactable? Content interactable. The fuck are you doing in here? You're not supposed to be here. Whatever. Is that an epiphany? If criminals could take their own mugshots, it would be called selfies. What is this community? React to potion should probably pull in either potion data or an inventory call. I think I'm gonna pull in the potion data. Imagine the criminals being fish and they're very... Just stop. Report you. Yeah, this tests if player has potion. That's not exactly what we want to do, though. We would want to have effects to react to. Hmm. Where would I want to store that in? What happened in France? What happened in France? I saw Dragon Age Veilguard's character creation. We can talk about that after France. If we want to. A cheese factory blew up and the newspaper where very specific perpetrator wearing sandals. The headline said Philip sends to I'm gonna put this chat into sub only mode. For each loop. This is a hit result, right? Yeah. A hit actor, we can do an interface call to reactive potion. Just Gordon, thank you for the sub.
Just Gurn just subscribed.
True. That's so true. Thank you so much for the sub, man. That's really nice of you. I appreciate that. Sub only won't save you. I'll go into shield mode. Whatever that means. That's supposed to protect against like raiders or spammers. But I can also use it to protect against my own community.
KRILLE 1415 just subscribed. Just Gurn gifted a tier 1 sub to KRILLE 1415. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you. Thank you, Polish man. Thank you for the gift sub. I knew it would be fun to set that. That was very nice of you. Thank you guys for being subs, and you get access to our emotes now too. It's very cool. Now you aren't safe from us in sub only. Apparently not. I have some emote slots too. I should get some new emotes. You got your own? Oh, you do. Do you also hate True Nightmare that you can't change the wording for emotes as an affiliate? I'm really... It's just such an annoying restriction. You can? You can change the prefix? So I thought the prefix is based on your channel name. Yeah, I mean changing the prefix. Really obnoxious. You can change the prefix. Hey, Horgorn. How do you do that? And thank you for the follow. Good luck on your free fish. What was I doing? Keep getting distracted. Oh yeah, we need to send potion data That needs to be instance editable, expose on spawn. And when we spawn that, which would be from the player's BP. I don't remember anymore, but I know you were able to because I changed mine. Let me look. Hey, Mercenary Mage. What's up, man? Thank you for the raid for 26
Mercenary
views.
raided my stream with 26 viewers.
True. True. Thank you so much for the raid. I don't see the prefix here. Ah, whatever. You gotta run. Have a great night. Yeah, take care, man. Thank you so much for the raid. It's okay. When the Polish narrator gets annoying, I'll switch it to some other language. I'll switch it to German so it can sound really angry. To Dutch. Give me in clap, Papa. I'll have it say that after every follow, every alert that we have, it'll say, "Give me in clap, Papa." Oh, I'm so tempted. I think I can do that with stream elements. I think I can have it say, "Give me in clap." Change it to French. Oh God. Yeah, there's the potion data. Okay. Get potion from index. Send in the potion data. Gracias. I have a sneaking suspicion that Gracias is not French. Close enough, though. Streamer name just gives number of raiders claps Papa. Oh, damn it. You know, it's funny because I used to know some Spanish. I used to know some German. Once I moved to Poland, I forgot pretty much all the Spanish and German that I knew. And then I didn't really become any better at speaking Polish either. Learning a foreign language is a scam. You will just forget more of other languages, and you won't get any better at the foreign language. Not true. It's not true, but I'm going to pretend it's true. I think instead of putting react to potion on the BP interactable, no, that's fine to put it there, but I think I should have another blueprint interface for, I don't know, like environmental actors. I don't know what we would name it, but things within the environment that can receive potion stuff. Sinjivan, thank you for the follow. Good luck on your fish. I'm gonna fish too. Where's my fish? Fish. There we go. Give me a good one. Alchemy blueprints. Oh, and now you do the fish boost. I see. After I've already fished. I see. Damn you. I wasn't sure whenever everyone was fishing. At least I got a koi. What do I call this? Reaction to potion. What a great, terrible name. Blueprint interface. Reaction to potion. And here we'll put reactive potion. Wait, you got a croissant shark? Is that a shark that looks like a croissant, or... Did it look like a... Okay, it looked like a croissant. See, I don't have OBS on my my streaming computer. Or on my work computer, it's on my streaming computer, so I can't see when stuff like that pops up. Croissant. Damn it. A parrotfish? What the fuck's a parrotfish? Interactable. Spin a cup, man. Thank you for the fun. You know what? If I ever mispronounce your name, just tell me how to pronounce it properly. What are you working on today? I am working on reactions to potions in the world. You got it? Spin a cup, man. Man, that is pretty lucky for me. That does not happen often. Let's revert that. Game design and development lecturer here from South Africa. Wow, really? From South Africa, that's so cool. I don't think I've ever met anyone from South Africa. But I am also a game designer. I'm not a lecturer though. But I would like to... I'd like to start doing a couple talks. Maybe in the next year or two. I feel like I know enough that I could confidently speak on something without getting stumped or speaking out of my asshole. But probably only about game design. You doing the stream is teaching a lot. Well, I'm also learning a lot. You know, I'm graced to have some exceptional individuals in my chat who can tell me when things are wrong or when I need to do something else. And that is the only reason that I've gotten this far. Okay, hold on. I need interactable open. We will add the interface for reaction to potion here. And we'll add that to obstacle as well. Class settings, implemented interfaces. Why can I not add reaction to potion? Oh, because it's the parent class of interactable, that's right. So adding it to interactable, we're safe. And we have it on there too then. Cool. Awesome. Now how do I want to set this up? When we throw the potion... Yeah, ignore that. Send this message. Hey Duncan. What's up? We are implementing the very bare iteration of throwing potions and having them interact with the environment. Are you combining C++ and VS, or focusing on VS? VS? We'd be keeping the balls for this. Only for now. I'm pretty sure I probably do have a couple of potion meshes that we could use. Don't know if I have any here. Let me see. Remember we talked D&D before. What did we talk about regarding D&D? I have this mesh. It's the only potion mesh I have in my project right now, which we could use, honestly. Better than a ball, at least. We consider collaboration with myself and our DMs for you to participate in my Star Wars Evil D&D campaign. Me to participate in my Star Wars Evil D&D. Star Wars Evil D&D campaign. You mean like, would I play in your D&D campaign? Play maybe DM as a collaborative effort. DM I'd be a little bit worried about doing. I could play, although timing for me is pretty challenging. And I don't want to promise that I would be available when I might not be available. Yeah. I'd hate to be the one that is the that is causing a problem for a D&D team, you know, meet up, right? I'm 8 hours ahead if you are in Mountain Time in the US. I think. No, if you are West Coast. I think that's 8 hours ahead. Yeah, I'm in Poland. But it's there's the matter of when I go home, I often have to do some work stuff. It is 11:30 a.m. here right now. One hour behind Russia? I mean, which part of Russia? Like the western part? Last time I touched my campaign with my players was at the beginning of the year. That's 9 months ago. I don't know what Moscow time zone is. Is it 1 hour ahead of me or 2 hours ahead? Yeah, DMing 5 groups is wild. DMing groups, that's crazy. We'll need a potion to test. Yeah, we have potion needed to heal, which is a commission structure. Which makes sense. Required effects, and then we have bonus or penalty. I think what I would do is a separate structure. Instead of a commission structure, I would do like a potion reaction structure. And then we can test that against the potion that is being thrown. DM or try to DM every group every 2 weeks for a day. That's crazy. I wish I had that time. I've lost so much time starting this company. It's crazy. Yeah, let's make a new structure for the potion that we want to test out here. What's your company? It's this. It's Microraptor Games. And I have way too many business people contacting me. Hey, you know, we can provide this service. Great, can you do it for free? Because I have no money. That usually gets them to stop messaging. Man, I really do need your service. How much of your service can $0 get me? Voice and video play 2 times a month. Thursdays. Let me think about it, Duncan. Let me think about it. My evenings can be pretty packed sometimes. Make a group out of your business partners and workers. That can work. I know for sure when we have a stable running studio, we will probably do some game nights and stuff. Both for like teamwork and also as a break. Team building, I mean. ST potion reaction requirements. You know, I've always wondered if somebody like Matt Mercer misses being a player. Like if he ever just wants to say, you know what, I'm gonna be a player on this one. But I guess you can also do a DM NPC, right? Or DMPC. Oh, he's mentioned several times he wants to play. I can imagine that. We want to do F names here for required effects. I think I'll do an enum as well here for whether or not it is a... We want to check if the effects are... They need to be combined, or if they need to be like an or, so we could check, is one of these effects on there? Effects for success. Effects for failure. And then we'll make another enum here. E potion reaction check type. Technically, I have a comparator type. Maybe I could just use the comparator, but that would also result in us having like greater than or equal, which doesn't make sense. We should check tiers, not just effects. Dark Emperor hood on right now. That's me. The thing is, my fiance would probably be better for your campaign because she likes being evil. I'm a goody two shoes if I were a character in a campaign. Now, see, if you watched my most recent Murder Hobo Kleptomaniac series of Kingdom Come Deliverance, maybe not. Yeah, she speaks near perfect English. She speaks better English than native speakers. She teaches English and Japanese. I could ask her. Yeah, we'll do potion reaction. We'll do a separate enum for potion reaction checking. But I'll still use the comparator enum for testing specific potions. Yeah, that's how I'll do it. Remind you in Discord? Yeah, please remind me. I really I forget a lot of things. I move from like point to point in my stuff, and sometimes I just somebody's message to me gets lost in the shuffle. It's nothing personal. I have early onset dementia probably. What was I doing? Oh yeah, potion checks. And or probably the only two that we need here. I saw your ping about voices. I was gonna get back to you, but I didn't have time. What's your Discord name? It's Maester Silvio. It's the one that it should show me as the one that's streaming, making Cauldron Chronicles. I just looked, and one of my friends. Who is this? Wait, is it one of you? I see one of my friends is playing 3 idle games at a time. 4. No, wait, I see somebody playing Idle Slayer, Cookie Clicker, Melver Idle, and Dave the Diver at the same time. Someone really likes that dopamine. You're in your community asking. I will contact you after the stream with her information. Okay, potion reaction to check. Potion. We don't want to do a array of array of F names. I want to do an array of ingredients. Or I'm sorry, effects. I think ingredient effect, because ingredient effect would have effect ID and effect tier. But I almost want to make a separate. I wanted to have that with a comparator. So let me make a new structure. ST potion reaction. Effect. Yeah, potion reaction effect. Instead of using ingredient effect here, I'll just put the F name, integer, and comparator. This one, technically. Effect ID. Effect tier. Beautiful. This would have been great for gameplay tags. Yeah, fuck it. You and your gameplay tags. This is so much better for me. I don't know why. Is she also a DM? No, she's not a DM. She's never played. She does not know. She does not know how to play. It seems more flexible to me to do this, to make the function, where I can specify exactly what I prefer data-heavy systems that are more challenging for designers, rather than systems that are easier for designers and harder for coding. I don't mind data. I do mind, though, if my structures aren't deep enough for what I need. And I think we wanted a general potion reaction check type. We'll do check type for success and a check type for failure. And I think default values we should probably set to ore. Default for failure should be or, default for success should be and. Yeah. How do you know she'd be interested? Oh, I have to ask her. I just know that she likes playing evil characters, so. She has done some RP stuff, yeah. So I mean, maybe she'd be interested. We'll see. Thursday nights, I know she has a lot of teaching that she does that day, so I'm not sure how Thursdays would work for her, but I'll ask her. Just message me after stream, because I can get pretty deep into working here, and then I can easily forget. This takes up all my brain power. Okay, EP obstacle. I probably want to put it in the base interactable. Well, not really. Interactable should be the base. We want to put it in obstacle. Obstacle for sure for now, because this is an obstacle. The tree to heal inherits from obstacle. And this is directly an obstacle. What did we call that structure? Said you needed me to message you something, did I? No, no, Serene, do not message me. Don't you dare. Reaction requirements. Potion reaction requirements. Don't listen to Serene. Liar. Wait, what did I just edit? Oh, obstacle vines. Get out of here. I didn't want to do that. Not this. This one. I'm streaming? Really? Oh my god. So crazy. Alright, beautiful. We have the reaction requirements here. Could do... I could do a Boolean, or if it requires something, but I think that if effects for success is empty, we just wouldn't fire anything. So we have react to potion here. We have the potion that's going to be sent through, and that's working. We then need to call a function to test whether or not the potion succeeds or fails, and then have that feedback with a Boolean of success or failure, right? So that's easy. Writing the function will be a bit more of a challenge, but that's fine. It's not a crazy complicated function. We've kind of done something similar a million times already. Determining what we want the obstacle to do is a separate matter. And I think we'll need to handle it in a similar way to the way that we do ingredients. You left your meds? Yeah, I don't need my meds at work. I only take them in the morning. And at night. So I don't need the meds at work. If you're wondering in chat, it's meds for, you know, I have big dick syndrome. And I need to take meds to make it more like normal average size. So, you know, that's how it is. I knew you were one of us. That's right. If you are a follower of this channel, you immediately grow 6 inches in your dick size. Or if you are a female, you grow larger boobs. Meds to remind me of anything would be good, considering how much I forget things. And react. What do I do for ingredients on this one? Wait, there's seashells here? Oh, I need to delete those. I don't know why there are seashells here. Kind of an awkward location. Yeah, here we have the harvest behavior. And we handle that how? Right here. Yeah, and that's on the base ingredient. Okay. So similarly here, we need a new function. Let me move this detective tutorial widget expanded to, I don't know, we'll just call it widgets. Fine. New function 4. Check if thrown potion reaction check. Two inputs, one output. B does succeed. Input of when gay men get a wife to pretend to be straight. Can I get a boyfriend to pretend to be gay? We need the input potion data and we need the new structure we made. which I called something. Something with requirements in it. Potion data and something with requirements in it. Potion reaction requirements. Looks sexy. Yeah, I think if effects for success is empty, well, we can just not run this function in the first place. Fully aware I'm just a B option. For what, some sexy dude? Do you think yin and yang is just 69 sex? Do you think that's what yin and yang actually means? Yes, do you think that's the epitome of peace and stability in the world? It makes sense to me. I mean, technically speaking, those cultures that believe in yin and yang should probably think that 69 is the best sex position that you can have. It checks out in my mind. Check type for success. We can do the check type for success first if we... Well, after we do a quick... Do it this way. Success Boolean array. Wankenstein. Oh, what a name. Alaskan Pipeline is number 1. Is that a sex position, Alaskan Pipeline? Please tell me that's not a, that's not the name of a sex position. Wait, let me look it up. Let's see. Sword is mostly done solo, but I'm sure you can get creative. Okay, let me look it up in an incognito. Alaskan. No, Goku. I'm adding a delay to that. That's what you get when you abuse. There's gonna be a delay. On 69 seconds. 69 days. Perfect. No, I just put 1 minute. Alaskan Pipeline Sex Act. Oh, something from Filthy Frank? Oh my god. Okay, Urban Dictionary says it all. Okay, how can I explain this in ways that won't get me banned on Twitch? Okay, so you know you got a dookie sometimes, right? You got to make a dookie. And you can take the dookie and preserve it in a freezing device. Okay? Now, think of something that is thin, long, and hard, and what you could then use it for in the bedroom. Alaskan pipeline. What a world. I don't really think that I'd be into DBZ. It's not really my type of show. I'm not into like battle shonens. I like slice of lifes. A bit more like seinens, not shonens. I'm pretty big into seinen stuff, so things that are a bit slower paced and more about. Here's the thing, I'm one of those people that I like Naruto better than Shippuden. I'd probably like Dragon Ball more than I like Dragon Ball Z. Just saying. I think we could just do a find, couldn't we? Instead of looping through the effects of... Well, no, because I'd have to break these. So we would have to go for each, or at least break this into... There's not really any better way around this. Tested, required, effect. All we do is talk about controversial topics here, like what the best religion and race is. No, we don't. I've never had a controversial topic discussed on this channel. Hey, what do you guys think about abortion? What's your least favorite race? I think describing your least favorite race is just as bad as describing your favorite race. Reminds me of the oh god, I think it was the second episode of The Office, the US version, where they talk about, I think Michael says, let's go around the room and say one race you are attracted to sexually. Oh god. You guys are actually talking about abortion now. I love it. You think about Dragon Ball Daima? I'm kind of sad they made them into chibis. You and your chibi hatred. We take the tested required effect. We loop through each of the effects. I'm kind of wondering if we should do this the other way around. If we should loop through the effects provided and then loop through the effects for success. I kind of prefer the structure of that, if you ask me. Tested potion effect. If we really want to talk about abortion, I don't know. I think that if you choose to have a family, you choose to have a family as a collective between the mother and the father. And therefore, I think that it is a decision that both people should be making. And I think saying anything else is a bit destructive for the stability of families. Now, in the end, whose choice is it? Probably the ladies. But if the man doesn't get to have a say in that, I think that's pretty fucked up. And I think that the lady decides to keep the child, probably the man should not have to pay anything for that. Let's be equal about it, right? Yeah, we're going to loop through the potion effects, and then we'll loop through the effects for success. And if it exists in there, we can add it to the success Boolean array. We'll do a for each loop with break instead of a for each. I mean, I think that in most cases, it really just should be a. What do you want for the child, right? You want the child to have a stable home with parents that love them and look out for them, and who can raise them to be a successful adult. I think abortion is just one side of the topic for the discussion of should people who even want to have children, are they going to make good parents? And what happens to the child if those parents aren't good? And how do children who are raised poorly negatively affect society? If it's equal to the effect ID, we'd also have to do a comparator here. Probably either a switch or a select. Probably a select node. Be a lot of spaghetti here, but we can kind of break it down into a. We can either collapse it into a node or something here. What drives the decision to be pro-life from a male perspective that isn't based on belief? That's a good question. I mean, it is a topic that I think is deeply rooted in individual belief, and it may be one that, you know, we've talked about it before, right? Like with the whole abortion topic, for me it comes down to how do you define where a human life starts? And I think that's a philosophical discussion without a clear answer. I don't think that anybody can confidently say it starts here or it starts here. And because of that, it may be something that we cannot ever really solve. Should it be allowed? Yes or no? And when should it be allowed, if it is allowed? From maybe like an ethical perspective, right? But then if you choose to keep the child, that doesn't guarantee that that child is going to have a good life. And that to me is also a worry, right? It's like, okay, well, you choose to keep the child, but you two are meth heads, and your child is going to grow up with some, you know, a laundry list of deficiencies and problems that is going to make them either, you know, some problem for society, or is going to make them unable to be a normal person in the world. It's like, I don't know. It's like, is the value of life just existing, or is there a minimum stipulation of ability, but it's just like, then you're a baby. You can't quantify the value of a baby. I mean, apart from the things that it's born with, right? If it's born with some problem. And it's like, you can take kids that are born with problems and give them great lives, right? There are plenty of kids that are born with mental disabilities or physical disabilities, and they have great lives because they have people who care about them. It's like, well, that's not, you can't really call it there, right? And again, this just all comes back to this philosophical debate of, for me, of, well, how do we even judge this? I don't know. What am I testing here? What am I testing? This is going to get really messy in terms of nodes, but I think we can do it. We'll just collapse it down to save space. But for the moment, it's going to look really annoying. If effect ID is equal and or not applicable, it would just be plug it in. If it is equal, it's the same thing. If it's not equal, we inverse it. Wait, I'm going crazy here. It doesn't make sense. Well, if comparison doesn't matter, we just need to see if they're on there. If the comparison matters or equal, we need to check if they are indeed equal. And check if they're not equal, we need to do a not equal. If it is greater than, we need to check tier. Oh, well, no, we can't, because equal is not just the name. Equal is about the tier itself, the comparator for the tier. Hold on. Equal and that's right. That's why I was getting confused. If they are not equal, it's not the names that are not equal, it's the tier specifically. Couldn't I do a separate select? Like have one AND node and do a separate select based on the comparator? Because we always want to check if the names are equal, right? That is key to this. Oh! Languages are freaking people a lot in the principles, that's true. I heard the moan. Did you guys not hear the moan? The sound's not working? I heard it. You heard it? Okay. Just Serene going crazy. Sounds about right. I think that most people will try to form a value system for themselves if they don't have one that they can align to. I think religion provides them with a way to align their value system to something. But I think that people can, take that to any extreme, right? Like the Bible has this wide range, because it's written by multiple people, this wide range of views that are sometimes timeless, sometimes not, and some people don't align to certain aspects of it, and some do. You know, Orthodox Christians and Lutherans both believe in the Bible, but Lutherans are less likely to be against like gay marriage, for instance. A lot less likely. It's like, well, it's based off of the same scripture, but it's not the same application of it. And so even in the same church, you might have very different views on how to apply that or how to live it. I know when I was growing up in Lutheran churches, the old people were like, if you don't come to church every Sunday, naughty, naughty, even though they were Lutherans, and that was part of Martin Luther's concerns, is that you had to go to church to praise God. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of different views, and I think it's hard to say, well, every single Christian is just like every other Christian. Tested potion effect. Are we wanting to test the... Because it matters here for the greater than and less than. We want to test the potion effect against the required effect. So actually this should be connected here. This should be connected here. A little bit backwards, but it works. That's greater. We'll do lesser. Eating 50 grams of sugar for breakfast? What are you doing eating 50 grams of sugar for breakfast? And we're talking about abortion, but you don't have to give yourself one. Don't clip that. Greater than or equal and less than or equal. You know what I'm more upset about regarding abortion than anything else is the people who can't discuss it. And I think that goes for all topics like that. And I don't care if I'm happy to disagree or agree, but God forbid people can't speak about something like... How do you really expect to get through life if you can't just talk? Does this work? We do an AND check of are the names equal, yes, and do they pass the comparator? And if true, we want to add true to a Boolean array. And then break that loop. Just that one. Otherwise, we want to add false if it wasn't found. What we could do then is B did pass. Just to make it a little bit simpler, we'll make a separate boolean for B did pass. Set it to true, default false. Only if it passes. If true, break. Go down here and add B did pass. And then reset did pass between each tested potion effect run. Is that right? We go through each effect on the potion. If we find, then we go through each effect in the requirement. We test the required effect against the potion effect. And if it passes that requirement, we succeed. And add that to the Boolean array, because we'll use that later. And if not, we pass a false to the Boolean array, that effect was not successful. Now that could be fine, because we might do a check type for success that is an OR, right? So falses could be fine in that case, as long as there's one true. Of course, if we do an AND check, everything in that array needs to be true, and there can't be any falses. We'll do something relatively similar for testing the failure. But this should handle the successes. So on completed, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to test complete, a success right now, because that's all that we have in the game are obstacles that test success. So we'll just see if this works. So we'll take the success Boolean array. We will do a find of false. It'll pass -1 if not found. We can take the requirements, break, select, select, so if the check type is AND, which means they all must be true. If this is equal to -1, hold on, we may not need this select. It's equal to -1, that means it's all true. And in AND, we want to send that. What, I feel like I'm missing something here. I'm missing one piece of data to help me with this. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like if we don't find any falses and our check type is equal to to and. I mean, the select was kind of doing the same thing. I feel stupid. Just ignore me if you're smarter than me. Otherwise, I just feel like that's redundant then. Either I'm right and this is redundant, or I'm wrong and it's just looking weird to me because I have equal to and passing a true to an and, which is then selecting it based on the original enum. I don't know, fuck it. If it works, it works. Otherwise, find true, and if this is equal to -1, then it's all falses. Why am I getting mixed? Hold on, I need to write this down. Let me think about the logic. Instead of mess with nodes. We have 2 columns. 4 possible options. Either, well, no, there's 3. There's either that the array is all false, all true, or has a mix of false and true. So array, all true, all false, mix. Those are the only 3 outcomes here. And of the requirements we have for the check type, and an or. And we need to then pass through true or false. All true and equals true. All false and will equal false. Mix with and equals false. All true or true. All false or false. Mix or true. Okay. Let's write this down. I don't know, sometimes this makes it easier for me. Okay, that's false, mix and false, all true or true, false, true. Okay, that is our goal. I don't know why that's so hard for me to think about, but it is. We have 2 inputs, either the array is all true, all false, or a mix. These do a check if all false, all true. And the mix would return... How do we check for a mix? I mean, we could just use one. Either any one of these would, if it returns anything other than -1 indicates that there's a mix. Well, not necessarily. Technically, an and check would... Or would it be a NAND? Hold on, if there's... I need that comparator chart that I sometimes pull up. And it's on like Wikipedia. Wikipedia comparators. Not compatriot. God damn you. Comparator. Oh damn it, it's not here. What the fuck is this? That's not what I want. And NAND or NOR XOR XNOR. Here we go. Okay. What I need is specifically a NAND. No. Other way around. An OR. Oh yeah. An OR check would do it, wouldn't it? XOR could give me the mix. XOR gives me the mix. And then we can use the direct outputs to determine if equal, if full or not. Is that what it wants? Because I'm checking if it's equal to -1, which means if it doesn't have it. If it returns true, it means there is nothing in there. If it returns anything other than that, so what we would want is I don't know why this is stumping me. Why is this stumping me? Like, I have it right here. How do I turn this into nodes? We could do a switch. You know what? Maybe I'll just make it easy on myself, and instead of fucking around with select nodes, I'll just do a switch on the comparator, on the check type. It's lazy, but it works. It doesn't break my brain in the process. Okay, what do we want for and? And is... all true. And everything else returns false. Yeah, because we can't have a mix. They all must be true. So look for false. If we find anything, it's going to return... it's going to return false. Simple. On or... we want to return true if they're all true or there's a mix. So either find true and return that as true, or look for true and false. I think that'll work. Because then that's either, it's either that you find at least one true, which makes it a mix, and that's fine. Or that would make it, you know, or if it's just one all true, you know, if it's just one result and that happens to be true, then technically it's all true. But then wouldn't that be... wouldn't I just plug this in? Like, why the faff? There's no way that it was that fucking easy, dude. If it was, kill me. My brain is cooked today, if that's absolutely the way that it is. And yes, the only way we can succeed is if there are no falses. Otherwise, if there's at least one true, we pass. God damn it. That was. Well, I'll add that to the growing list of simplest math that I somehow do poorly. And yet the most complex math somehow I do without a problem. Any one of you math geniuses to look at this and tell me if I'm crazy? This is what I'll do. I'll go to the bathroom, I'll leave this open, and if one of you math geniuses looks at this and has a problem with it, then you can tell me. BRB. Might open up the window again, too. What's the temperature outside? Yeah, I'm gonna open it up. BRB. On. Bathroom. And I thought, hold on. The OR check shouldn't be an equal -1. Be a not equal -1. And makes sense. Right? If we find any falses, we're done. So if it's equal to -1, that's good. That's true. Does succeed, true. However, if we're finding true to pass through to the OR, we actually want to see if we can find an index. And so we want to do not equal, or we can do greater than, but we'll just do not equal to -1. Because we would pass -1 if we didn't find any trues, which would mean that they were all false. And that would return the wrong thing. So this is the right way of what we want to do. And I think if there are no errors here, we can quickly check this. I'm going to take that test potion that we can make for ourselves. And I'm going to put... Where do I do it? Here. Wait, regen health. We do regen health in that, but I think... No, that's exactly what the tree needs, is regen health. 1. Okay, that's perfect then. So on here, the potion needed to heal is a commission. Should not be the way it is. Event reactive potion. Oh yeah, because we need to change this to a, not from a commission to a... EP interactive. How can I grab... If I have the reaction requirements on the parent, how can I access that on the child? I've rarely ever had to do that. UE5, access parent variables. That is from 2014. Not a child actor component, though. It's not really what I'm wanting, though. The drop-down visibility button on the My Blueprint. I have... Yeah, maybe you can help. I have a variable on my parent class. I think. Or no, I didn't, because I have it an obstacle. Hold on, no, I know why it's not there. The reason it's not there is because it's not supposed to be there. Yeah, that's fine. I just need to put it on to... Yeah, I fucked up. Because it will be a rubber ducky, right? Do I want it on interactable? Event react to potion. Yeah, I want it here. I'm a little scared to be changing the interactable BP. It's because it's the base for pretty much a lot of the shit in my game, like all the ingredients, the alchemy table, the tree, the obstacles, everything inherits from interactable. And I feel like I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't be messing with this. But then I would just end up putting the same interface. I feel like, I don't know, it's maybe I'm worrying about nothing. Maybe it should be here and I shouldn't be worrying about it. Like if it doesn't have any reactions to potions, then it just won't do anything, right? It'll fire the script, but it just won't do shit. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess it's because I'm changing the core functionality of so many things at my level that I'm worried, but this is actually what I want to have the ability to do. So I don't know. I guess better to be worried and realize that you shouldn't have been than not be worried and realize that you should have been. Could make I did make a yeah I made a second interface that is BPI reaction to potion, but technically anything that's interactable I would want reactions to, like the ingredients. You know, maybe there's something you can, I don't know, I guess yeah, it's a core thing. And A component would probably be better, rather than having a base class with this event. I should have a component with that event and put that on the classes that I need. I've never done that myself though. But maybe this is the time to challenge myself with it, right? You think components should be only there if things have state. I can't provide any retaliation or retort to that. I guess let me explain this to you all. You can be my rubber ducky again. I want collectible ingredients and some interactables and obstacles to have reactions to potions. Now, they all inherit from interactable. So putting this on interactable will allow me to do it. However, there will be things that may not be interactable that I also want to react to potions. So putting this on interactable will not solve all of my cases. Which means I'll end up having to duplicate code for any of the new cases, or I could make a component and I could put the component on the base classes that are needed, and that way I would only have to change the component code and that will propagate through everything else. And this would be a component that is just a potion reaction component. And then I just throw that on any of the base classes. You think the interface is better? I kind of agree and I kind of disagree. And I'm not saying you're wrong, because both of these cases would solve it, right? Why do you think the components... Well, maybe I need to think deeper. Some states might need to be stored, right? If we're storing, like, is this object burning? Does it have something else going on? Maybe the component is the right way to go long term. I think for right now, the interface could solve it, but I think long term we might want the component because we will have to store states and variables that would be tied to the potion, the reaction that the potion has with the object. But it may be, we may have it as part of a different component, which would be, I don't know. No, I agree with what you're saying. I think you're right. But I also think that long term, if I'm thinking about what like the combat designer is going to have to do with GAS and having effects like whether or not something's burning or an animal is weakened in some way, I think that if I do a BPI call, it would have to be refactored to call a function from that component that will have to be put on all of our creatures, all of our interactables, everything. and at least setting up some of the core functionality to grab a component and send an event fire to that probably is going to save me a bit of time in the long run. Though it won't take me a lot of time to refactor either way. Switching between a BPI event call and a component function call is, you know, a couple of nodes difference, right? Let me try the component. I'm going to mention to my team what I did and see if they think that that was the right move or not for knowing what we want to do with the potion combat. And then if we need to come back Monday and fix it up, it is what it is. Today, at the very least, I'd like to be able to test this function and get that switched over to the new stuff. Because I think there is a does implement. Isn't there like a does implement component? There's interface. Does. There's one for has component. Find component by class. Get component by class. By interface. By tag. Okay. I mean, either one of these works. I can either just grab it by class or tag or whatever. Probably by class. Returns null if it doesn't have it. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I should do, after I do this, I do a validation check. Okay, so we will replace the BPI with the with component. Okay. Yeah, I mean, worst case, this gives me a little bit of a trial for making components because I've never really done that before. I've always had just used interfaces or direct calls. Blueprints. Where should I put this? I'll probably just put it here. Actor component. I've never done this, so I actually don't know what the prefix for an actor component should be. Separate folder for components? Okay, we'll do that. I'll move it over to that. I think it's AC. BP? It's still just BP underscore. Why not BP AC? I'll keep it BP underscore, but I'm not the happiest about that. I also don't like what they do with enums and structures on that style guide, personally. I do ST underscore for structure. They just do S or F with no underscore. I don't like that. And enum is E without an underscore. I'm sorry, but I like the underscores, especially for enums and structures, because they make them a lot easier to work with. I don't know. You like Hungarian notation. I think some of these are okay. Like, I like WBP and BP, interfaces, function libraries, macro libraries. Not a fan of the structures and enums without underscores, personally. Especially because I don't think anywhere else is E underscore or ST underscore used. So like, why not? Why do those specifically not have underscores? I don't get it. So I mean, should components be in a separate... Should they be in the blueprints folder, or should they be in something else? I know that they don't recommend putting blueprints in a separate folder, but I kind of like blueprints in a separate folder. Same with like my data. You put them in blueprints. Yeah. Like I have a lot of data in the game, right? It's like I like to separate my enums and structures and data tables separately. Hey, Mr. Phoebo. How you doing? With my blueprints, I have all the blueprints put into folders for what they are. So technically, I guess according to my style guide, I probably should put the actor component here. I don't know. I'll keep it consistent with what I've already been doing because naming and changing everything will be hell. I think my parents up from the airport in an hour or so. Is that a good thing? Are you happy to have your parents around? Oops, nope, don't open the actor class, please. Don't do that. Abort. Abort. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, nope, don't close Unreal though. They fully gave me their 6-bed house. Jesus Christ, that's nice. Getting my gaming industry with a forensics degree doesn't help. Oh, getting into the gaming industry with a forensics degree. You know, Boom Raccoon, you might like... Me and my friend, we talk about wanting to make a investigation game. But we want to make a very deep, like, immersive sim investigation game where instead of just going around and your character like leans down to some clue and says, the person did this, this is an interesting clue, let's make note of this. It's that you can make anything in the scene a clue, and you have to draw the conclusions between what that means. Like anything in the scene, any item, any object. No, it equals more money to spend on cute girls on Twitch. Hey, Bubby Bite, how you doing? Check if potion passes requirement. The bug hunting? Uh-oh. You have a gazillion hours in a day. All I know is that we kind of just foresee this as being a... You are literally, you know, you are the investigator. You're thrown into that crime scene. What you take photos of and what you connect and how you interrogate people on that is more of an immersive sim in a sandbox. And we don't see it as being particularly challenging, right? So we come up with the scenario of what happened. It's not going to be randomly generated crimes, but that how you solve that crime and how you connect the dots is up to you. And you could reach the right conclusion with the wrong evidence. You could reach the wrong conclusion with the right evidence. And I guess, it's just kind of like this. This is our high level idea of this is what we want. We don't yet know how we achieve that, but we think that it will make a more interesting investigation game. I promote this to a variable, instance editable. What happens if I put that component then onto the obstacles? What do we see then? So I'm going to remove the react to potion from BPI obstacle. Getting the right conclusion with the right evidence sounds actually really cool. Yeah, like think of it this way. Think of just, okay, you are an investigator, Boom Raccoon, or chat. You guys are an investigator. You go to a crime scene. You can literally make anything evidence. There's graffiti on the wall. Sure. Okay, I noted graffiti on the wall. I think it pertains to the case this way, right? It could be anything. Any object, anything that we put in the scene that is has the, like, let's just say the same class or the same interface, component, whatever we want to add to it. And I think then we make this the like the pin board, right? Connecting the string between the pins. That can be done with any of the evidence that you've collected. And then you can interrogate people and investigate based on those objects. So we know which objects are in the scene. We know which objects that the player has access to create pins from, and then we can use those with NPCs to say, does NPC have something to say about this object, yes or no? Then you can create pins from the things that have been said. Yes, exactly, Boom Raccoon. You do the real crime scene work yourself as the player, rather than your character goes up to broken glass and says, broken glass. The suspect must have jumped out this window. Like, well, you see broken glass and it's like, broken glass. Add to pinboard. Okay, what does that mean then? That's your job, not the narrator's or, the game's job to tell you. And there haven't really been... The closest game to that would be Shadows of Doubt. But I think Shadows of Doubt is a bit too... For me, it's a bit too systematic. It's a bit too... not systematic. Systems... It's a bit too systematized. Not a word. I think Shadows of Doubt's biggest selling point is also its biggest detractor for me, which is that it's randomly generated. And so therefore, when you ask a citizen, hey, do you know anything about blank? It's just, you get the same reactions by people. It really falls flat, I think, from case to case. It just gets a bit too repetitive. And for me, I'd rather have, like we do with Cauldron Chronicles, handwritten scenarios where then we give you the toolbox and the sandbox to play in to get to the results, where we have these endings, right? And I could see a really cool like cutscene where once you've put all the pieces together, you hand it off to the district attorney, and then you see like maybe I don't know, I'm saying cutscene, but I'm sure there's maybe a cooler way to do it. But just imagine then you get to see the actual court case or something, or you take part in it as the investigator, that you are, brought up to the witness stand to say what you saw, and there could be some cool stuff to that. But even if that doesn't happen, because that's pretty high budget, right, is to have like a court room scene and all that. Even just having a result based on your findings would be, I think, the minimum acceptable thing, in my opinion, for that kind of immersive sim sandbox investigation game. Where's my obstacle? BPI. It's not there anymore, so why was... Oh, it's because it pulls from interactable. It's in interactable. I needed to delete the BPI all from the interactable, which it isn't there, so why is it here? Oh yeah, reaction to potion, okay. No, get rid of it. Randomly generated equals generic. I agree. I like Shadows of Doubt. I think it's cool to have a randomly generated city where you can do endless amounts of crime investigation. And, you know, I think that the systems in Shadows of Doubt are really enjoyable. You know, crawling through the vents, and the pin board is nice, and it has that aspect. But at a certain point, investigating one murder is the same as investigating another murder, right? Your methods of doing things don't really change, and there isn't really any sort of handwritten interesting aspect to it that makes sense. You sold it to me? Yeah, I mean, if you're like getting into you know, some forensics degree, I think you would probably be interested in maybe assisting, and I don't know. Oh, you got it already. So yeah, having it might make you interested in our idea, which is still very high level. All we know is we want handwritten scenarios with sandbox immersive sim investigation and a really cool pin board that you can write all the stuff out and write your own notes and interrogate people. And I think narrative is a really good tool for that, for writing those handwritten reactions to different pieces of information that you show. Oh my god. I didn't change collectible. I just... Well, you know what? We probably have to check these out anyway, because I would need to... I need to go to the collectible ingredient base and put in this component. Alright, it's fine. Check it all out. Save it all. I'm adding potion combat. Of course, I'm going to have to do some key changes here. But I want to start with the tree. Yeah, rather than putting it in interactable, I'm going to put it in specifically tree to heal. We're going to add the component potion reaction component. And I think that because of that requirement exactly is instance editable, I don't think it makes it editable out here, but I could be wrong. No, but I can, yes, I can select the component itself. Okay, we're getting there. And the effect for success that we want to check is E. Regenerate health. Tier 1 greater than or equal. M7. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Tell me how to pronounce your name. Sorry about that. Assume I'm stupid. You'd be right. Hey, NanoResmus. Overslept, can't hear stream due to lack of headphones. Oops. I'm gonna leave my PC on your stream while I get breakfast. Good to see you, Nano. We won't do any effects for failure right now because we don't have them. We'll start with this, with regenerate health. And I will... Potion reaction to check. We need to pass the potion through. So we'll send in a potion. Potion data. And then does succeed, we can return that back to the parent in some way. That would probably be better to pull an interface call. Or could we do... Wait. If it implements a... We could do a delegate, couldn't we? I'm trying to think here. How do we get that Boolean back to the parent in a universal way? We have a return node. Thrown potion, get component by class. It's called potion reaction component. If it's valid, we want to check if potion passes requirements. Send the potion data in. This is still where a blueprint interface call would be useful to have. Because we would need to send a generic message to do something after that. Or we can go into the... For instance, the obstacle, or the tree, sorry, we can put the tree, we can bind an event to... Can we? Bind event. Is it possible You have to forgive my my lack of knowledge here. This is doing some stuff that I've never really done before. I need like a explain it to me like I'm 5 event dispatchers. Like say, hey, if that function ran, send it back to the parent in this case, and run, you know, bind an event to that event, and run it if it completes. But I would want to run a different event. It's like I need to take this and have a. What do I do with this? No worries. What is an event dispatcher? Okay, so okay, maybe you'll know. So I have my component, cool, and I can get it to run on whatever we need it to run. Now I needed to send information back to the parent, and in this case the parent is different class. So I needed to send a generic. I'm thinking I make an event dispatcher, right? Like, hey, on potion pass requirement completed, and then I can call that from, you know, I can bind an event to that in the parent class, so that whenever that it's in the parent, no need to do it. Well, the thing is, I have it. How can I make a quick? How do I want to word this? I have component in 2 completely different classes. Same component, but I needed to send a message back to the parent to do something with some information. Now I could use an interface, sure. But could I make a special dispatcher to say, hey, when this event completes, if anything is bound to it, run that thing? I have the same actor component in 2 different I'm gonna have it in 2 different classes. So it's an actor component. And I know you can bind events. I'm not sure you're using the word parent. I have actor A and actor B, 2 separate classes, but they both have the same component in them. It means some actor class and 2 different instances of 2 other classes. I have actor A, actor B, 2 separate classes, but they both have the same actor component. And this way I can call the actor component's function from something else. But because they're 2 separate classes, actor A and actor B, I want a generic way that I can call a function, be able to call a function similar to an interface without using an interface. Would some sort of dispatcher work for that? To say if anything is bound to this dispatcher, run whatever is bound to it. Virtual functions. I've never heard of that. Right, because I can do all these bind event, right? Can I make my own custom one? Or if potion pass requirements is run? I just don't know what an event dispatcher is. Yeah, let me write it. Let me do it down. Let's do it this way. Alright, I have actor A and actor B. They are separate classes. They both inherit from actor, but other than that, they have nothing in common. I then have component. Same component in each one. And that component has a function. When that function completes, I want to send information back to these to run something. But that something is going to be different. So I want to be able to customize what is run when that function completes. And I could, of course, I could use an interface, right? The interface will work, no problem. But I'm wondering if there's a way to tell me what is a virtual function. Get owner. I could get owner, but I'd still need to, I need to call a generic function. It might be called differently, right? I need to pass through. I mean, an interface is really, interface would solve this. But couldn't a dispatcher work? Couldn't I, like, have this just binding, and then in the child just bind a function to that dispatcher? And so then I can do whatever I need to with it. Or is that isn't that not what they're used for? What is it from the base class that actually calls to each child function if overridden? You guys are way more knowledgeable in this than me. If I don't know a lot, should I just make a blueprint interface? Should I just do an interface call? Get owner, run an interface call. Vector is something you use where a lot of things listen and wait for something to happen. But that's exactly what I want to do. So we check if the potion that is hit passes the requirements, and if so, I want to call whatever was hit and has run this to do something that may differ completely. It may have a completely unique or generic reaction based on that result, but it needs to have the same kind of base call. It could happen on multiple things at the same time. On anything that has, here we grab all the hits and we for each loop through them, we check if it has the component, and if so, we run this function. Then I want to send back that result to the owner. So this hit actor reference to then do some generic function, which I could do here, right? I could return the Boolean here and then get each of these actors and tell them to do something based on that result. But that also seems like, well, why didn't I just have done a blueprint interface? So we have one base class for those different but I don't have a base class for those different actors. But I kind of wanted to avoid that, because then I could have just done it. I could have just done a blueprint interface, right? Why don't we call the function as if it's for any actor? ABC will override that function. It sounds like an interface would have solved this, because then I could write custom function for class A and class B, all the same interface call, no problem, right? Unless I'm crazy. Similar, but you don't need interface here. So walk me through what I need to do here. Should I return the Boolean here, or should I, in the reaction check function here, get the owner and make some call there. Polymorphism of the virtual. Only implemented in the hierarchy of that specific class. That is deeper than my understanding. Polymorph is a spell that you cast to change into different things. That is all I know. I mean, I don't mind learning it. I just don't know. I don't know how to create a virtual function. I don't know how to call that. EP class as base for your actors. I want to avoid that, if possible. I mean, because I could have just done that with interactable. I could have just put a function in BP interactable. Let me back up. So we do have a base class for all the things that I want to do this with, which is interactable. And I already have that set up. You know, I've had that set up for the whole game. This I want to change. This is a BP interactable. This is all my ingredients are interactables. The obstacles that you have to throw potions at are interactables. I already have a base class. But my thought process was, well, not all of the things that I want to have reactions to potions will be interactables in the future. And so I don't really want to reparent interactable to some new class. I don't want to put a blueprint interface on interactable, even though I could in my current case. So I made a actor component, which could then run this information and store this information, which I can put onto the specific base classes where I would want. And then I only have to change the actor component to update everything else that will have the potion reaction, which seemed logical to me. The issue now becomes, how do I send information back to those classes in a generic way to run a function? And the only thing I can think about is to set up a delegate, or dispatcher, sorry, maybe, I don't know. Ignore the words that I am using here. And to then make unique calls in those base classes or whenever that dispatcher is triggered. So I can, make on event potion check complete and pass through that Boolean. Easy answer is learn C. I think, okay, so the easier answer at the moment is probably to use an interface. Is to combine the actor component with the interface for now, for prototyping. Interactable kind of can't be done with tags because I like to have a separate collision box. So that the interaction is larger. So that would still require either a component or a class. Yeah, collision box for interaction. Because I do a line trace. from the character to the to something to interact with. So that if you have like a small button, you can do a larger collision check. The trace. Well, I mean, right now I just use an interface to check if the item is interactable. Because then I can just send data directly from that interface. Yeah, I can just do a function call for that, which is pretty nice. How do dispatchers work? If I did this bind dispatcher. Wait, no, not bind. Call, right? And I get, what is this? Maybe it only works in the same. It would only work on bindings and calls within the component, not from the owner, right? Unless, nah, I don't think that would work. I don't think I could get owner. That's just gonna return an actor object ref. And I don't really think I can do a dispatch. I can create an event. Create event. How does that work? How does that work? That's where you can bind and unbind. And you would select the function, create a matching event. Create a matching function. I'm just gonna click things and see what happens. One of the events is they are not generic. You'll need to have the object for which you want the event dispatched. You have to call from outside. You actually need the object for which it is dispatched. Let me read that slower. Not, you would need to have the object, but I could get the owner. Which is kind of what, what I want. Which would be another way to handle some interface call or something. But it seems hard. It doesn't seem either intended or possible or smart to use dispatchers to call from a component to the owner. It says there's a playground of children. One parent shouts, "Come here," and only the children of that parent. Everyone else keeps eating sand. But that's kind of what I want, because I only want to call back to the actors that have that component that were hit in this case. And everyone else doesn't really matter. But I mean, that's kind of what the interface would do too. Then you need one parent that shouts. But I mean, if I have a potion effect that hits 2 trees and a bush, and the 2 trees have the component, they would then, I want them to run their own logic in this case, instanced logic. And the bush doesn't have the component, so it doesn't really, nothing happens to it. And anything else that has the component out in the world wouldn't be hit either, because it wouldn't be told to trigger this. Do interface with base child structure. I'll just do an interface. Yeah, I think I'll just do an interface. I don't know. I did the component first because I wanted to. We might need to store some data, and I was hoping I could achieve it all within usage of the component. But it's either just interface or interface and component, is what it looks like. And the component's good because we probably will be using that to store some information later when we add more to the potion combat. But for now, yeah, or C++. I mean, eventually when we start working on the vertical slice, it will be done in C++. No questions asked. A big switch. Could do it that way too, yeah. It's, you know what, it's fine. I'm not that worried about doing it this way. It's fine. Okay, that should be everything we need here. That goes bye-bye. BPI obstacle and interactable can be closed. This doesn't need to be open. For now, this doesn't need to be open. I don't know why this is open. This will need to be open, but not right now. Function library, I'm going to be using this for testing, so we can keep that open. I could only learn how to make the shell in C++ and implement everything in such a case in BP. It's not hard. I could. It's just... Right now, the people who know more about C++ are relying on me to do what I know how to do or can do. And the longer I take to do that holds them up. So I want to learn. But maybe not when I'm holding others up. I guess is the way that I can say it. What is blueprint native implement and blueprint implementable event? Is there a layman term for that is used? That I would probably know them as? Just implement a function in the base C++ class, and if you want to override it in BP. Oh, so just kind of like, wait, but and override it. If implemented in BP, the BP version would be called. So, but that's not like, when I think of functions in BP, I think, okay, I can write some base code to run in the parent, and then I can continue off of that into the child with its own unique stuff, right? If it has an execute. And what you're saying is you could write a generic bit of stuff in the parent, and then in the children you can completely override? You can completely override it. That's interesting. And you can't do that in BPs, right? Or you can. Like without C++, I mean, let me rephrase. Like you without any C++ intervention, can you do that in BPs currently? You want to know my actual programming knowledge is writing a game in DOS. You can play it if you want. Yeah, here it is. This is my text RPG. Don't you love it? All right, what was I doing? BP interactable. I didn't want to put it in here. I wanted to put it in specifically here. Did I delete the old BPI or did I keep it? BPI reaction to potion, react to potion. We don't need the input. We need, or no, we need the input, but we need the boolean. So B did succeed. Notice in the BP next to functions, the override dropbox. That's it. Let me see that in a sec. Especially on something that has BPI calls. Well, these are events, but if they had output, they would have they would be a function. So, something with a function. I don't see the override here. Oh, the events. Let me see that then. I don't see that either. I don't know if I've ever seen... Oh, those, the overrideable. Okay, yes, I know those. I use those quite a bit. Does that also work for overrideable out of curiosity? Done it the same way. Okay. See, that's making more sense now. Now I get that. I use this especially for like widgets and stuff, right? Let me see. I imagine I can't override the interface. I can. This is the override. So if you use an interface, which is from the engine's point of view, an override of the parent's call for this. Is there any way to do a continuing, I mean, this is not relevant to what I'm trying to do now, but is there any way to do a continuing chain from that? Similar to the, you know, with like begin play, you have that call to the parent. And you can say continue what was from the parent's begin play node. Or is it only override, not append? If that's even making sense. Have any cases of that in my code? I kind of doubt it. You can call super meaning, yes, you can call a parent's variant of the function as well. But only in C++, right? Here too. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. I'm trying to learn. I appreciate you guys teaching me and being patient. I create a child of this tree. I get these parent nodes, right? Or like event interact. I can't remember if this first calls the parent's code and then would run the child's here, essentially, or if this is an override. Blueprints should be able to just right click on the event and use call parent. To call it explicitly, otherwise it will call only the child's override. Yeah, you can do it with these. I've seen it with these, right? And that's what, you know, these are, right? Is these parent calls. But I'm wondering if you can do that with custom events and functions. Or I guess, well, in this case would be events, right? Because it's an event graph. How would I do that for like this event interact, if you guys can teach me? Or does it not work for blueprint interface events? I mean, there is a way around this, right? You could just have the parent call a separate event, like this heal tree, and then I could continue from heal tree, right? So maybe there is a... I don't know. Parent. I don't know. It doesn't have the parent stuff there, so I don't know how to do it. But didn't I have this problem in... No, I didn't have the problem in collectible ingredients. Maybe I did, though. Custom interact logic. And just to note, this has nothing to do with what we're doing now. I'm just curious if it can be done. Because the way that I did it here was, I allowed myself to, like in this case, I call the BPI, but I also call this empty event that then on any children, if I want to do something custom with, I can just override this event and it calls from the base. So I guess this is, I guess, a dirtier way of doing it, is to have this generic call that then I can put custom logic onto the children. Define a function in the base, override it. So pretty much like this, although I did it with an event, not a function. So I accidentally discovered what you're I accidentally discovered what you're trying to teach me. Okay. And then forgot that I had already kind of done it in separate place. Okay. Well, it's good to know that that's what it's called, and that probably it's easier to do in C++ than it is to do in blueprints. And here it's kind of dirty, but it works. That is very good to know. Coding. Gone are the days of clicking on a PNG to increase your score until you hit score 10 and you win. Gone are those days. Now let's talk about sexy virtual functions and gameplay tags. Dispatchers. Now I've completely forgotten what we were trying to do, though. BPI did succeed. Need to include this on tree to heal. which I could have done in the first place. But it's fine. We have a component now. Easy and very agile with C++ because you can both call the function from C++ code and from BP code. Yeah, I think that the best way to develop games like this, and will be developed with our vertical slice, is to have your technical designers and your coders working in tandem to augment each other. Basically, the technical designers take away all the wasteful, small stuff that the coders would spend a lot of time dealing with, and the coders can work hard on implementing properly the larger things that can then make it easier for the designers to do what they do. It's that beautiful loop that if any one part isn't doing what they need to do for the other people, too much gets thrust onto the other team. What's this BPI called? Reaction to potion. Interface call react to potion. Did succeed. Did we succeed? If true, we want to heal tree. Big proponent of using both things without leaning to C++ or Big P just because of it. Use what's best case, yeah. Yep, I've worked in teams where there was kind of this old way of thinking of, well, designers don't touch the code doesn't touch design. We can all imagine how that turned out. And then, of course, I've worked in teams where it's the, technical designers can prototype, share prototypes and design doc with the coders. Coders can turn that into C++ if necessary. But if it's something small where it wouldn't really benefit something small and detached that wouldn't really benefit the game's efficiency and performance in any way, leave it in blueprints. Let the coders deal with those big things that need to be carefully architected and documented and exposed in that way. And yeah, it was a much better approach, and it meant that the coders didn't have to jump between, oh, I'll do this small task with this 20-line function that is needed because designers want to do something specific that they could have just created a blueprint for and thrown into the level. Now, potion needed to heal is not necessary. In fact, a lot of this isn't necessary. Event interact is not needed, but I won't delete the code. Tooltip. Well, theoretically, if this functions correctly, we should be able to throw a potion with regenerate health 1 on there, and it should heal the tree. Theoretically. That did not work. It bounced off the tree. Fantastic start. And that was because I didn't hook up any of the... There's nothing here. Wait. Where's my... Oh, that's right, I put it into a function. And I didn't connect the function. I thought it just deleted my code for a second there. Like, what the hell? I worked so hard in 10 seconds to write all that. It's a bit more than 10 seconds. A bit more. P is faster production, C++ is faster execution and runtime. Though it is negligible for smaller things, right? You do the base, the architecture, and time critical stuff in C++, the rest in BP. Any game can be done only in C++ or only in BP, yep. Matter of what is the most efficient way to do it. I agree. Were you there, Aveta Hall, during the initial 4.0 Unreal launch? Do you remember how slow, if you were, do you remember how slow blueprints were? Well, that definitely did something. Hold the phone. That did not call the event. Oh, probably because we never call the event. Okay, not to toot my own horn, but most of my bugs do not come from me making a mistake in my blueprints. They come from me failing to hook up my blueprints. And it's very annoying. Let's try that again. Damn you! Come here, you damn tree. That didn't get fired. Why? Time to put a breakpoint. Add breakpoint. Press play. I don't think that will get hit though. It doesn't know which one to listen to. It does. Thank you. We hit 16 things. That is a lot. Although I think what it's doing is it's hitting it multiple times. You know, I have a way around that. I would need to implement it. So I could filter through for things that have already been hit. That way we're not sending it multiple times. That should be okay. Of course it hits the act. That's about the only thing in the air that it can hit is the that class. Check if potion passes requirements. Perform the potion check. Regenerate health. Requirements are regenerate health tier 1 greater than or equal. You know what I bet it's doing? No, it should be fine. We will add a couple more breakpoints. Put in here. Did pass true, that is correct. That was the only... Oh yeah, see, okay, so here's part of the problem that we have here. Which is what I figured might be the case. We're testing potion data first. We're going for each through effects. What we should be doing is doing the opposite. And going through the requirements. And then grabbing each effect in the potion. Bad ordering of those two things. I figured that might be the case. Let's see. We probably don't want this to be a 4 each with break, then we would want this one to be a 4 each with break. So I will replace that. Going to be a little ugly for a second. Reset did pass on each one. Although we'll do that after tested effects so that I can keep the spaghetti to a minimum. Then for each through the effects to test. Make this into a 4 each with break. You know, nowadays I think that I could learn C++ better than when I first tried it, which was, you know, a decent while ago. I think having a good decade or so of Unreal Blueprint experience probably does make it a much smoother learning curve for me than it did back then. And it would only make me a better technical designer. And there's absolutely nothing to lose from doing it. I think that fixes the problem. We'll see. Success Boolean array has false in it. Why? You know the basic... I mean, come on. Give me a little credit. I know more than the basic concepts. I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't be a junior, but I'd be far from a novice. Oh, I forgot to hook up a tested potion effect. That was my problem. I mean, if I can write this entire alchemy table without using any plugins or assistance, I think, you know, there's something there. I'm not completely helpless. You know, it would be a little bit improper to say that I am merely just a 4 each loop enjoyer. Although I am a 4 each loop enjoyer, I admit. Did that properly send? Reading code needs practice. I can read code. I just can't write it very well. The reading part is easy, because I know functions, I know what they're supposed to do. Put my data in and out. I want template functions. But I mean, there must be quite a bit of a gap between knowing how to use switches and branches and, you know, if statements and loops and doing the harder stuff. You know, it's similar to blueprints, right? If you don't know what to type in a blueprint, then you're not going to be able to do blueprints well. I know experienced coders that can't do blueprints, and I assume that it's probably pretty similar. Experienced blueprinters don't know what to type in code. But knowing the logic of it, you know, knowing the logic of blueprints is tit for tat almost to knowing the logic of coding. Just different memories of terminology in some cases, like branches as opposed to an if statement. What's another good example? Branches are the kind of... They're kind of the stupidest example. Like, why do we need to call them branches? Why can't we just call them if statements? Why are we dumbing this down? You have specific syntax, but you also have your IDE to help you with syntax. You know, you're not writing a notepad. Why did that not get called? Oh, I'm passing the fucking component to it like an idiot. That would be why. There we go. Depends on the IDE. Which IDEs do you prefer for Unreal? Problem with blueprints is mainly scaling. They scale pretty poorly. Yeah, they do. Especially with organization. My lord, organization and architecture are two things that don't exist in blueprints. Fuck me. I mean, come on. I know Rider. I've never used Rider. That one's by Intelli... What is it? Beans? NetBeans. Something Beans. Right? NetBeans? Something with beans in it. Or is that a different one? NetBeans? Not the NetBeans ones. NetBeans is IntelliJ IDE. Rider's a different one. I know that NetBeans, however, makes U-Track, which is quite nice. Which is a Jira, very, very customizable, programmer-friendly. It's that JetBrains. Hold on. It makes all these up. You guys would know because you're better on that. Okay, U-Track is JetBrains. That's really nice. Not NetBeans. I'm thinking of something else. I like JetBrains. And I like U-Track. I've used U-Track before and it's quite enjoyable. Because you can do a whole bunch of custom scripting for your project management. And I love it. And they don't lock it behind pricing. 1 to 10 users, and every single feature that is in the paid version is available in the free version, which is very different from Jira, as we all know. So I really enjoy that. Sorry, I didn't mean, yeah, not NetBeans, but JetBrains. I've enjoyed working with JetBrains stuff. Let me put another effect on here. Invisibility. Artist by JetBrains specifically for Unreal. Yeah, I've seen that. Like if writer tries that I'm a student again. So you guys recommend that and not like Visual Code? If it's NA, yeah, we just check if it's equal. Okay. That should work. So if I throw the potion, the test potion at this now, it should not light up. Beautiful. And if we make a potion with regenerate health 1 and any sort of invisibility on it. So let's make regenerate health 2. And invisibility can be any. That was weird. How did I do that? There's some bug with I just recreated there, but I don't know what I did to do it. And I can never recreate it. It's such an elusive bug for me. Good thing is it doesn't prevent you from continuing with the game. Weird. I don't know. Visual Code, no, don't make your life harder on purpose. Either write or if you don't want to spend money. Or if you don't want to spend money, Visual Studio. I see. Technically this should work. Because all we require is regenerate health and invisibility, and we don't care about the others. So this is a good potion to test it with. Now it may be basic, it may be kind of crude, but that, my friends, is potion interaction, thrown potion interaction with the environment. At the very least, the start of it. I love it. Ooh, that makes me happy. And we'll change the tooltips too. We can do that. That should be a problem. I need to do two things. I need to update the tooltips just generally with that, and also update them when the tree gets healed. And then I need to clean up the function for the potion when it hits. Not this. Not that one. This one. Not this one. This one. And I only want to do each hit actor once. So we'll just make an array of hit actors. Hey, Casper. How do you do project planning? I send my comrades in arms a Discord message that looks like this. Because doing anything more is just kind of a waste of time for like 3 people. Like we don't need to get too crazy. We can just kind of coordinate. But obviously once the team gets bigger, we're probably going to look at U-Track. I think Casper and I are pretty interested in using that, just because it's so flexible, and we can customize. We can make custom scripts for our team. So for instance, we could make integrations with any software that we have, or like with Discord. So if somebody messages somebody on a task or completes a task, it can get sent to a channel, things like that. But yeah, right now we just do this. So you guys all like Ryder for IDE. Good to know. This returns -1 if it already existed, right? It returns index node. So if it's greater than or equal to 0, then we can just continue forward and run it. Easy. Whoop. Who's tootin'? Don't you toot. You stream interrupter. To make my line straight. I'm surprised nobody has told me to use electronic nodes yet. The reality is I don't really like electronic nodes. That's my hot take. I like it sometimes, I don't like it other times. I like Visual Studio with an extension, and you have good experience debugging with it, but Ryder has a better feel. Oh. Use Node Assistant? What the fuck is Node Assistant? I know of electronic nodes, I don't know of Node Assistant. Get out of here. Spotlight sale on select animations. Good look at that. Stylized environment pack. Kind of looks interesting too. Node Assistant. Node Graph Assistant? Drop nodes on lines? Really? Okay, so see, this is what I wanted. See, you know, electronic nodes, sure, it looks cool if you don't know how to use fucking redirect nodes well. But that's much nicer. God, so many times I've had to drag something and it's like, why can't you just make it so when I drag on the wire, it connects it? Why? Why can't I delete the thing here and it keeps it connected or something? Or if I like shift delete, I don't know. So this kind of just does it automatically? Or are there like some hotkeys and stuff? Cut off wire, so that's nice. I mean, granted, you could always just hold Alt and click on there, but I suppose you could do it for, you know, then some of these and not all of them. That is nice. Select linked nodes is nice. That's really useful. My God, there's a lot of stuff. Wow. $11. I enjoy it. You lost me at buy. Don't be a stickler. This actually looks really nice though. Thank you for telling me about it. Boom Raccoon, thank you for the subscription.
Boom Raccoon just subscribed.
True. Talk. Thank you so much, man. It is Polish, yeah. If you send text to speech, it'll say it in Polish. It's pretty funny. Like $60 here. Oof. Storage units, preacher, resource gathering. I can promise one thing. There will not be an animation for gathering ingredients in Cauldron Chronicles. Sorry for people who want that, but my god, collecting hundreds of ingredients, no way, Jose, would I want that. That sounds horrible. What a lazy dev. What? That's such a good response. Please write a negative review when Cauldron Chronicles comes out and say that. Some of these look quite nice. And especially now that we're looking to implement potion combat enemies, some of these might be useful. This goes throughout the weekend. I'll contact the combat designer I'm working with and see if he thinks any of these might be useful for us. Too lazy to add pickup animations. Dialogue mocap animations. You know, these might be useful. For our dialogue system. Especially once we start to add voice acting. Oh, kabedon. Yeah, that's what this is. That's when you get close to a lady and you slam your hand up on the wall as like a show of intimidation. But some ladies like it, but you shouldn't do that to all ladies because some of them might find it intimidating and not like it and, you know, call you rightfully a predator. But if you know that the lady likes it, you can do that. And that's called kabedon in Japanese. I do that only drunk. I love it. I mean, even if this wasn't on sale, I think it would be worth it. Can't do it anymore these days. You go straight to jail. True. My hand will land on her breast. You might be a predator, Boom Raccoon. Unless she likes it, in which case, are you a predator? That's next controversial topic of discussion. Classic anime situation it is. That's so true. Zombie animations, I don't think we're gonna need those. Warriors. Maybe some of this stuff, but it depends on if we like just get some generic skeletons or something if they are already animated. Yeah, I kind of wish this had like I don't know, it's fine. We don't need animations really for a prototype. At least not for the player. Oh, I just saw there was a sale cost, but I wasn't looking for anything specific. However, Casper, look at this. I'll show you. This is what I've been working on today. And it should work if I set up the code correctly. With some potions, we have our hotbar. Drag them into hotbar. Throw the potion. Heal tree. As checking for regenerate health effect. No more stupid window that pops up and searches your inventory. Now, make the potion, throw it at the tree, heal the tree. And I mean, theoretically, what I could do, because we still have time today, I could make it so that if you throw a damage health potion at any of the animals, they die. I mean, I'll just make them disappear for now, but you know, we can do something with that afterwards. We can spawn some ingredients on the ground with meshes. We can just reward it directly to the inventory for testing, because that's a hell of a lot easier. Although we don't have any animal parts in the ingredient data table, so we can't do that yet. I'll share my stream notes with you guys. Buy pineapple Pepsi, drink 1/10 of it, and fill the rest of it with Malibu. Gently turn it so it makes this enjoy. That's exactly it. Do we even want to kill them? So I see two possibilities, Cuthbert. I think that we can have both taming and killing. Although killing is, of course, the much easier to prototype. Like, you know the piggy with the flower on his head, right? Over here. You know, there might be a way to harvest that flower gently from him. Taming could give you animal products, or just allow you to Minecraft style breed them, so you can harvest the parents. I don't know yet. I don't think I want that in the first playable, but that is something that we can look into. At the very least, for now, killing them with potions is something that I know I would want in the final game for people who want to do that, and that is easier to prototype. Easily just make them shit items and run away, that too. Because I think if you can throw potions, why not throw ingredients, right? Diarrhea potion. I guess if you want to harvest poop and use that in potions, sure. Sure, I'll make poop subtypes for each of the animals in the game. You can harvest the poop, and you can use that. They'll have magical properties. You can make poop potions, okay? Animals shit with... What is this? Why is there a cube? Guys, why... We'll put a cube here. Incompetent level designers. Meaning me. I think I forget what I was testing with that, but I remember putting that there. Dung eater character incoming. Oh god. No, I think having animal products is something that I definitely want. You know, I know we originally were talking about adding cooking into the game, but I think that that isn't within the scope of Cauldron Chronicles. However, we can still have animal products that have magical properties, so like a boar tusk or something. Or poop. Okay. If you want to make poop, fine. We'll make poop for you. Damn it. Alright, we need to add potion reaction components. See, Cuthbert, I made a component so that we can store data if we need to. Smart. Probably. Assumedly. Maybe not. Components are sexy. I'm glad you said that. Be special fail state when delivered if you deliver a poop potion to an NPC. That's the only problem, is that the more we add, like the more effects, the more ingredients we add, and things that players will think logically should have a reaction by the NPC, the more writing we have to do. I mean, I'm okay with that. I think that that's what makes the game special. That is its unique selling point. And if we don't put the right amount of effort and time into making that enjoyable, then what's the fucking point? But it is also scary that that will require a lot of work. Although I kind of look forward to it. Now, if I give the default, yeah, if I give the BP reaction component default effects for success, in this case, it says success, but it means killing the animal, so I guess it's kind of failure. Damage, health, imperator. I mean, any damage health will work, so we'll just keep it blank. That should then be present on all of the babies, right? Yes, cool. Just checking. Heard that making dialogues is cheapest part of content. Writing, maybe. Voice acting. How will that work with GAS? Which part? I don't know how GAS works. Component? We can remove the component. We have the function in the function library for testing if a potion, you know, passes the requirements. So if we need to refactor that, we have the you know, all we need to do is pass the information to this function and then pass the result back. I think what I said earlier in the stream was that I was going to, yeah, I said this earlier in the stream, I was going to make this simply for now and then tell you guys what I did over the weekend in the channel, and then you guys can tell me if I should go further or if I should let you guys do what you need to do. And then I have other stuff that I can work on, so that's not going to hold me up. You know, I can work on like the lore bookshelf, or I don't know, another NPC, some of the environmental systems, because as long as I have this new reaction, I can refactor some of the environmental stuff, or I can completely overhaul our ingredients, which will take 2 to 3 days at least. Do the tutorial for making dialogues? Okay, I can work on that. Alright, so yeah, we'll talk this week, and then all three of us, and we can decide what we need to do. And I have plenty of other things that I can work on in the meantime. Can even call? Yeah, we can do that. This might be one of those cases, by the way, guys, watching stream, that things might progress with the game that aren't going to be on stream. And that's okay. Just know that there might be some gaps, and that will happen more and more frequently as we develop the game and bring more people in. So that's just how it's going to have to be. We can't show every part of the game's development on stream, but we can show as much as we can on stream. I think we can always make some note or review for community. Yeah, we can. No, we absolutely can. The same way that you would do a like a sprint review. Actually, it would be exactly what we would want to do for this. The same methodology of showing what the team did, who did it, and they can write up some explanation of how it works, or, you know, something simple like a paragraph or two. Here's what I did, here's how it works. And then the presenter, in this case, like the project director, like me, would talk about how this is going to affect the game and what we want to do from here on out. And we could make that into a separate episode on the channel too. I could record that separately from the developer streams. It's like when I fix bugs, I always added you some description of what was happening and what I did. Yeah, and when you do that, I have gone through on stream to showcase hey, you know, Katsubor was working on this and he fixed the animals, so now they do this or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of treating it like a sprint review, and then just instead of showing that to the team, we show that to the viewers. I like that idea. Do I have damage health on these test potions? I have damage stamina. Okay, let me make some damage health potions. Make 2 of them if we can. DMG health. Alright, come here, piggy. Don't move. It works. He's dead. We killed him. He got fucked hard. Let's go kill this butterfly. No, no, sir. Stop it. How am I supposed to hit him when he's like this, when he's spazzing out? Got him. Open for streaming code changes on weekends or after work, or even call in when you are live. Why did my hotbar not disappear? Bug found. Just curious how many people would want coding stream. I would honestly say, and maybe some people in chat can agree or disagree, more people watching this stream probably would be interested in a coding stream than me, because I think most of the people that watch me are coders. But I don't know if they want to watch coding or not. What was bugged? Access none, trying to read break hit result. Okay, I need to put a validation check on that. Yeah, I don't know if people watch me because they are coders and like to watch something other than coding, or if they're coders and would be okay with watching more of that. I don't want to see more code. I love the way you said that. For now, my obstacles are broken because I don't really have... we don't have that fire effect to destroy this, so I think I might... Let me double check to see if we don't have anything written in the obstacles, like the effects that should destroy it. Technically nothing should happen, but I am curious to see if something does happen. Right now, if it gets destroyed, it's okay. Like, that would be a bug, but it's okay for now. What we will need to do before we make this new build, which will happen quite a while from now, is overhaul the ingredients, 100%. Oh, it just goes through it. Wait. Thank you, Pinko for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a nice Friday. Why? Why is the interactable collision tiny? They're both tiny. They got reset or something. Well, that's annoying. Show that really basic demo I posted in Discord? I can show that. Where is that? But I still need to watch. I'm so sorry. Let me download it. Oh, so that's your level spawning. Yeah, that's pretty sexy. It'd be cool if we could use something like that for dungeons, at least to give us like a baseline. Or what about this, Kotspur? What if we had in Cauldron Chronicles handmade dungeons? Well, that's during runtime too. That's pretty cool. What if we had handmade dungeons in Cauldron Chronicles, but also a roguelike dungeon that you could enter at any time? Do you think people would like that, where we make Cauldron Chronicles, but we have these like mini games, like distractions? You know, like, I don't know, like a board game you could play with some NPCs, or, you know, just activities that don't relate. But there's a patch or DLC. That's true. Maybe something like that, yeah. It's like, hey, if you know, you can explore the regular dungeons, but maybe this is a free DLC that just, here's this tower, this endless tower that you can leave at any time, and you can just go and collect ingredients from there. And like maybe time is paused or something. I don't know. Making it roguelike would be cool, but a bit bigger, yeah. It depends on how we do tiles, or not tiles. No, tiles, like room tiles. That's what I mean. Yeah, Warframe did it. That's exactly what I was thinking was with Warframe, you know, spawning the enemies in and stuff. That's pretty easy to do. If we can generate rooms and we can connect them up, then just no. What do you mean? Oh, they did roguelike with Warframe. They had a mode. Do I remember that? Was I playing it? Deruvi part? Yeah, that must have been after I stopped playing. The Deruvi Paradox? What update was this? Update 33? Yeah, that was after I stopped playing. Huh. Interesting. But hey, I mean, this would be cool too for the Nightmare Lake game, right? Or when we randomly generate maps. We can make these dungeons. I like it though. I want to know why my obstacles got screwed over. And why. Yeah, copy the location to pasta. Yeah, we'll have to think about it. I know for Cauldron Chronicles we don't want to do random dungeon generation, but having a mode like that could be kind of fun as a distraction of activity. Kind of like fishing or farming, right? Distraction activity that rewards you with ingredients or other things to sell to merchants or lore or something. Yeah, the chill part of the game, you're right, yeah. Like, hey, don't want to do this today, don't want to interact with too many clients today. You can go in this thing that pauses time and you can just kind of get ingredients. Like, the game's not hardcore. If the player ends up with a billion more ingredients than they need because they played this mode that they enjoyed to do it, well, then it sounds like they enjoyed the game, so. I guess it's like multiple pathways of getting to the end point of making potions. You can get ingredients from tons of different sources. And you can diversify your sources. You can do one source if you like. I don't know. Well, it's something to think about. Not a for sure thing that we want to do, but it is an option. Recreate exit 8 game loop. That sounds like a good idea. We'll have to see if we can recreate the bug with the hotbar staying open. Okay. Yeah, so it is bugged. I don't want it working like that, obviously, but for now, having it work like that is okay. Or I could just fix it, like, whatever. I think it's just because the array is empty that it's technically passing true because it didn't find any false in the array. If I had to guess. Oh, we have the bug. Okay. We'll fix both of these then. Although I thought that it couldn't enter this if the requirements was empty. Oh, we couldn't do that. Oh, I see. We'll do an empty check. Ocean data. Make some room here. If both of these happen to be completely empty, we'll just pass a, or if either one happens to be empty, we'll pass a false. How's the game been cooking? Well, we have working interactions with the environment, which is great. Now comes we have to make the interactions, which, you know, is, I guess, more interesting than anything else. And it's pretty easy to set up just by adding a component and then setting up the reaction that you want, which in many cases is just destroying the actor, but, you know, it also means, like, for instance, True Nightmare, you referenced in your playtesting, it would be cool to get, like, pine cones, right, from trees. Well, we can make a tree that has an interaction where if you throw a potion with the concussive blast effect on it, which I think is one of the ones we want. I have it somewhere. It can shake down a couple of ingredients, you know, and that isn't too terribly difficult to set up as long as we have the meshes and the effect in the game, which we don't. So we will have to overhaul our effects to what we want them to be in the final game, or at least the first iteration. That'll take a couple of days because that's a lot of me sitting in Excel and going through all of our ingredients. Once it loads, thank you. And deleting all of these. And then remaking them. So, you know, annoying, but doable. You ran the Mega Sand script and it worked fine? Awesome. Did you have to do it like multiple times, or? Sounds like a lot of work. A couple days. You know, when we set it up, we didn't know what effects we wanted in the game, so we just pulled them from Elder Scrolls. Not a big deal. You know, it worked for the time being, but now when we want to have the first iteration of the final desired effects, and effects that will give us more opportunity to use them in the world, it's something that we need to do, and it's going to take, I think, maximum of 2 days. It's just a lot of busy work and like creative work of, what do I want the insert ingredient name to do here? But it also gives us the opportunity to add more ingredients into the game, which I was kind of holding off on doing because I was waiting until we were going to overhaul the effects. So, and at that point, you probably should overhaul flavor as well. Well, we knew it was supposed to come. Right here. Alchemy 2.0. Flavor overhaul. It is what it is. Custom NPCs mod as quest task suggestions. Nice. XID should be 10 out of 10 gameplay tag. In what way could we set that up? Because that requires GAS, right? So do I need to wait on GAS before I should do effect overhauls? Can I set up gameplay tags from an Excel spreadsheet? If I can't export from a spreadsheet, then that's going to make me very, very sad. What does... Let's do this. Let me ask this. I'm going to make a structure. What is the variable type? Gameplay tag. This? Okay. Let me just put one in here for testing. It really doesn't matter what it is. I mean, if I can do that 100%, there's no question about it. I can export it from Excel. There's no problem with that. It might require a little fixing of my scripts for that specific thing, but that's 100% easy to do. Yeah, that's easy. And then I just put that in the spreadsheet. So no worries. And then I just put this, I just append that to this and this. You have to do similar stuff with like colors and God, especially if you reference icons or anything visual in spreadsheets, that's going to make the macro angry. So yeah, it's easy. Yeah, I write my own custom export scripts, so don't worry. You guys think I don't program. I do program. I write all my own export scripts. No Google Sheets. What you program? Whatever Excel uses, which I think is Visual Basic. Which is annoying to work with. Jesus Christ. I mean, it works. It's tried and tested, but Visual Basic sometimes just kills me. Visual Basic programmers earn a ton of money. Yeah, because you have to write Excel scripts. Oh, it's legacy tech. You know what? That makes sense. Yeah, legacy tech. Suppose it's no better than AppScript. I mean, because AppScript is what Google Sheets uses. The problem that I have with Google Sheets is that I can export to a CSV. I could write a script that does something similar, but then it's kind of annoying because I can export this directly onto my desktop and I can drag and drop this right into Unreal. You know, and I could even with a little bit of work create a custom bridge between exporting that directly into Unreal's runtime. Although drag and drop is perfectly fine. So I kind of just like having it right here, right now when I need it. And then here are my ingredients. Bam. Drag and drop this right into Unreal. Very, very nice. You did script and exporting data tables to and from Google Docs? That's pretty nice. Surprised Microsoft didn't add C#. I wonder why they stick to using Visual Basic for Excel. There's got to be something that it does better, or it's just way too much work to update that. I suppose just how stable and tested it is over the decades. Because I remember the first time I was learning programming was Visual Basic. I think the entire US government would crash if they changed that. Probably true. It works. I think I just have problems with some of its like debugging, and the way to write things is annoying. But it's easy to work with. 2/3 of the .NET audience came from VB. Well, I mean, I like it. You know, it works for me. I can't show it to you, but I have a much, much more complex data table for the train simulator I worked on that I wrote all my own export scripts for. You know, I enjoy it. Which is also why I don't like working with data assets. if you have to do, if you have a game in Unreal with a lot of data assets, I don't like that because I need to be able to keep track of that data and quickly change it, and that's where data tables are way better. And data assets is just Excel spreadsheets under the hood. I think they're similar, but you can't import and export them. So for a systems designer like me, it ain't good. Okay, one-off data assets for balancing something are okay, although I'd still prefer just a data table with one row because I can still import and export that. So even though I guess it looks a little bit weirder to the programmers, for me as a designer, having everything in data tables is much nicer. UE5 fucks with you and wants developers to use data assets, really. I don't know if it's that's just me assuming that it looks weird if I have a data table with only one row, which would be essentially the same thing as a data asset, right? Use JSON for dialogue and being able to edit and import that is nice. Yeah, 100%. So data assets are objects, but you can still base the data asset on a structure, and you could still make a. Can you make a data asset at runtime and fill it from a data table? I assume so. And but it's an object, okay. And you could reference it within. Well, you can also reference data tables, or just a data table row. Does narrative support JSON for exports? Narrative does not allow for import or export, which is unfortunate. You use data assets like a singleton? I mean, if it works for smaller things, like, who cares? Objects have a lifetime. Usually in data assets, you use default values of data asset. Okay. Okay. I guess I do the old school way of just, I store things as structures within actors and objects, and I read from data tables, and then use functions for manipulation. Make everything a singleton. Yeah, I know there was I don't know, data assets are fine for smaller things, for a little bit of data, but if I know that I need to do math with that or use that for balancing, if that's not within a data table, then I'm kind of fucked. Especially nice when you have a really small object that doesn't have access to a world object reference. Yeah, that's a good usage of it. What's this Unity? Okay, what was the other bug that I needed to fix? It was, can I recreate it? Let me try to recreate it. I had 2 potions. I threw one, waited for it to disappear, threw second, and then it stayed open. It didn't stay open. Why? Okay, how do I recreate this bug? I can't recreate it. Wonderful. Subsystems are nice, but you gotta do it in C++. We could make subsystems in C++. I haven't wasted time of the coders for that. It's not really needed for a prototype. But game instance works. You can store everything in your game instance, and it's pretty much a subsystem if you use it that way. Probably shouldn't do that, but you can. I thought they do need to be done in C++. I don't think you can create subsystems and blueprints. If you know you're not going to have any level transitions, you can create blueprints and shove them into the level and use them as subsystems. Although I wouldn't recommend that. Unless you know you're not going to be switching levels. Yeah, custom game instance is kind of how I do it too. In blueprints. I just store all my shit in there. The subsystem is cleaner. Enhanced input uses it, so if you want to do something with enhanced input, you would use that. And then you can add or remove mapping context and stuff. Yeah, C++ is cleaner if you use it correctly. I didn't find, I don't know if maybe you were different, but for me, enhanced input was a small learning curve, but once you figured out, okay, you have context, so in the context of me playing the game or the context of me swimming, I can add or remove context to change the input. And that, for me, once it's like, okay, I get that, now it all makes sense, very easy to work with. I love it. I think enhanced input is way, 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 way better than the old system, and it works very, very well. You just have to use you have to use context correctly. And if you don't use context correctly, you can run into a lot of issues. So like for alchemy, I remove certain contexts and I add context. Like I remove the context that allow the player to move around freely, and then I add context for the alchemy table. And when you leave, I reverse that, right? I was working with a company that wouldn't let me update their mapping context. They told me to create my own, so basically we were making all their crap for no reason. Yeah, that's not how mapping context should work. It should be context within the game. You shouldn't have to you shouldn't have to make your own mapping context. Like True Nightmare Gaming's mapping context. That's not how that shit works. 18 different. I mean, I could see a game with 18 different mapping contexts, but that would be like, I don't know, GTA or something, right? Where you'd have different contexts for, like, I don't know, different vehicles or whatever. Or mini games. Like, mini games are a great example. It's like, just remove all the old mapping context, add the mini game context, good to go. Or yes, or switching player controller, right? Switching, just... If it's a different character for the minigame, they just use a different controller entirely. You're right. Change the pawn. It's so weird. What was their use case for that? What was their reasoning behind doing that? What did I want? I wanted to do one last thing before I ended today. Something small. I can't remember what it was. My peepee. I don't know if it was an interaction or what. Fuck. I can't remember. I have no clue. Hey, Clearmonk. They wanted me to add snowboarding, which I did with standard controls, but they didn't have controller support and demanded it. They didn't have controller support? I know I need to overhaul the tutorial to teach you to make a quick healing potion, but that's going to require a bit more work than what I can do in 45 minutes. Nice. Hey, take care, Boom Raccoon. Thanks for the help today, by the way. I really appreciate that. They're teaching me about functions and stuff. Virtual functions and all that other expert programming lingo. It can controller support for everything except movement. Just see a stand-up show live. Man, it's been a while since I went to a stand-up show, Claire Monk. Last one I went to was... I think it was Louis C.K. It was either Louis C.K. or it was Daniel Tosh. I haven't been to any since then. That requires money. That's in short supply days with me. It'd be funny if you could piss off the bees and they attack you. Which, now with our new system, with potion throwing should be very, very simple to do. Boop. Hit the bees. Are the bees active? Yes. Make them come after you. Or, for instance, with spoon. If you throw potions at NPCs, we can make them attack you. If we want. Although right now, yeah, the projectile does go through him, but the interaction should still hit him, as you can see. I like rusty spoons. Hello, Salad Fingers fan, I see you. Got a bug where one of my characters instantly gets destroyed after spawning. What it could be is when you're spawning the actor in, if it is failing to find a proper place to spawn him, it will fail the spawn. So it could be a collision issue. You could, in the spawn actor, you can tell him to always force it. Like, try to find a good location, but always spawn it. And then you could pause it and see where he's getting spawned at. Or what he might be. You could also put a box on him that on overlap to print out the things that he's colliding with. And then spawn him and see what it prints out. I had to do that for the NPCs because I had the same kind of thing. And it turned out it was Fluid Flux being a bitch. Who would have guessed? Bonk. Oh, it's on the boat. Get out of here, boat. We need a beach. You know what? We need NPCs to have beach parties with you, the player. We need a beach party with hot ladies and hot dudes. And this game will sell like hotcakes. Ton of reasons why actors won't spawn? Yeah, a lot of them. I was just lurking, I heard you say hot dudes. That's me. Beefcakes do sell like hotcakes, you're right. Especially to the ladies. Or the gay dudes. Although I assume that not all gay dudes like beefcakes, right? Some of them might like the twinks. The otters. New game tag unlocked nudity. I'd love to find a solution to the transparent or the translucent materials. It's the only thing that looks ugly from here. The beach ball seems to have all the LGBTQ colors. Are you an ally? I'm not an ally. But I'm not an enemy either. I don't like tribalism. The translucent materials. There's something with the render border that makes them appear bright even during nighttime. You don't support trans rights. I support the idea that every single person has the same rights as every other person. Unless, of course, those rights are taken away by committing felonies. Emissive, it's the fact that they're translucent materials. The emissive isn't the problem, as you see here, like the obviously the moon is emissive, and it gets properly refracted. It gets properly fucked up. That's my art term. But these don't, because they are translucent. Yeah, I don't think there is any fix to that from what I know. You're Kathy Newmaning me. I love it. So what you're saying is yeah, it's just an issue with the order of the rendering. I'd have to replace those with something else. We react to Jordan Peterson clips. Has he really done anything relevant recently? I used to like his older stuff, especially his breakdowns of like Disney characters and movies, and his breakdowns of the Bible. After that, he got too political. Yeah, his super old content is still great. I don't like the people that are like, oh, everything he says is bad. It's like, even his older stuff, older stuff was pretty enjoyable. And really interesting from like a philosophical perspective. Most political commentators are like that though, you know, they were initially interesting, initially had something to say or something to stand up for, and then they just became more radicalized. And I think what it's told me is that you really shouldn't support people for very long in the political sphere because eventually they will all go crazy. His daughter's so annoying talking about the carnivore diet. We needed an oxygen meter. That'll be fun to add. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It was like it was interesting to have him talk about philosophy and behavioral psychology, but then once he started, once he got wrapped up in the free speech thing, which I think he was in the right, by the way. I think that Canada's laws about um, those sorts of things are very, very bad for society. They're a slippery slope. Yeah, it went too far for that. You actually have air in this game. I don't know how we can check if we have air in this game. I think he's right, but the subject is very depressing. Yeah. I don't think that... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The clouds are moving in. There's a storm a brewing. Do you require air? I don't require air to breathe underwater right now. But it's very easy to connect up if we have it. Everyone thinks of him in the far right. Yeah, I don't think he's far right. You drag and drop zombies. Oh, this is moody. Look at this. Here, let me turn off the hut waypoint. This is moody as shit. Ask if the add air, can you make it so not having it just kills you and not take health, because I hate that. I would rather die. There will be a potion effect for breathing underwater, so. And then these, those bubbles should be getting killed at the surface, but for some reason they don't. Oh, we have a blizzard. Uh-oh. Oh, it's about to get all white and spoopy. I didn't like this. The Star Truckers, to me, required way too much micromanagement. It failed to do what Euro Truck Sim did well. I think they can still turn it around. Like, this is still very, very fixable. So it's not like the game is ruined. How likely is snow? I think I have every single... Right now, it's just random weather. Like, I don't have seasons in the game. We will be adding seasons. And this is just for publishers to know, hey, we plan to have this. But I think I have it equal. And I avoid back-to-back weather types. Yeah, I liked Star Truckers. I just didn't like that it seemed to require a lot of micromanagement. And it was a little bit confusing to know where certain things were in the truck to change. Oh, see, this is the perfect way to avoid the blizzard. Just jump in the freezing water. Thank you, Lumen, for lighting these up when you shouldn't. There's no reason this should be lit up. I think we increase the wind sway of the trees too when there's certain weather like the blizzard. I like it though. Yeah, it's because of fucking Lumen. Really annoying. Like when Lumen works, it works great. When it doesn't work, it's very obvious that certain things should not be lit up. The attenuation radius of these lanterns is not that big. I don't know. Maybe it is working correctly and I'm stupid with the way that I think about it, but look, whatever it is, it's good for prototype. When we have an art director, the art director can deal with that. That won't be my responsibility. Me, pick me. I do like the blizzard though. The blizzard is really fun. It's gonna make winter pretty challenging. You know, you're gonna have to rely on like caves for ingredients. Killing animals. Having a greenhouse. I think when it's oh no, I don't think we fixed that, but when it's raining there should be water drips. But there was some change they did with them where the water drips will delete at the default world height, which is 0, of course. So because this is underneath the world, it doesn't work like it used to. Kind of sad. I do have some on the doorway here, but they're a little hard to see. Because of the wind direction. Oh, god damn it. Spoon scared me. I just see like a goblin standing there in the rain. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. Should make it so the snow does gather on some of his body, though. Not his skin, because it would melt, but the, like the helmet and the sash. But the rain will appear on all of it. That'll get it all wet. Well, that's a bug. There's something we can fix. What's the bug? The potions in this panel are not updating the inventory panel here. There's a bug with the snow on him too. The texture is moving. I know how to fix that though. Okay, a couple bugs we can fix up before I call it for the day. Where is Mr. Blue Dick Boy? It was on his cloth shader. We need to do the same thing that we do with the goblin material. Why is he not shirtless? Yeah, we need to use local space and force skeletal mesh. And that should fix up Blue Dick Boy's problem. The snow. That's not snow, that's snow. Let me get Spoon killed real quick, and we'll check if that's working. You'll notice for Spoon's helmet, the snow looks normal. It's the texture isn't moving. Come on, hurry up, bozo. Yeah, that's better. Hair's jittering though. Whatever. Okay, that problem is solved. Let's solve the problem of the inventory panel not updating. Character's not on the dev map you can load up. Yeah, I didn't put it on there because I haven't really needed to test anything crazy. Wasting time on a smoke test map. I only do the things that I need to. Inventory potion info pad. Oh yeah, we do have 2 of these, don't we? Shut up. Say nothing. Copy, get. Go. Thank you, Bubby Bite. I will give you 10 feathers for that, for reading that correctly. Can I give you feathers? Hold on. Give feathers at Bubby Bite. And there we go. For doing things correctly, I gave you 10 feathers, Bubby Bite. Ooh, fish boost. Everybody type exclamation point fish to get your rare fish. Hopefully. Scammed? No, you'll be added to the queue. Don't worry. It does it 1 person at a time. Hold on, let me see something. I think one thing is broken. The highlight works. I thought that before though Yeah, you know what? It might be. Set up panel, yeah, because we have to do it here too. Hold the phone. I caught a thong. Oh, damn it. Okay, so that bug's fixed, that bug's fixed. The other one that wasn't fixed was when you close the... Was it that when you close the potion inventory? Something wasn't getting rid of the hotbar. You can fish every 5 minutes. Information. No, we fixed the information panel. It was something else. And I don't remember what. I mean, I'm sure we'll run into it again. We pretty frequently test things out, so... If it's happening, we will find it. Demand? Oh, why do you want $670,000? Ooh. Well, that is one bug. That we definitely don't want.
FBI, open up!
Uh-oh. You caught a peacock bass worth 53 gold. Oh, because you're 8.5 kilograms of gold. Typical. I could put a... If the barter button is pressed, we can determine if the hotbar is visible and we can hide it. Or we can just hide it regardless. I mean, it's a little bit backwards, but it'll work. Alright, grab it. And set...
Mr. President, wake up.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. Enjoy the beach. That works. Considering buying the Minecraft soundtracks. The Minecraft Alpha soundtrack is legendary. Spotify is good though. I like Spotify. I do like Spotify Premium. I don't think I'll ever get YouTube Premium though, because ad blocker exists. And technically with Spotify you can also use ad blocker, but it's a little bit trickier. There is a way though. Although I use like Spotify for like mobile apps, and you can't do it there really. So Spotify Premium on mobile is nice. You like owning the things you buy. I mean, I own Spotify Premium. I will make one physical copy of Cauldron Chronicles just for you, True Nightmare Gaming. And I will sign it. Now we could do some versions of the game. Some physical versions and give them out. That would be kind of fun. Always wanted to make a physical version. I think I would just print them myself. I don't know if people would find that kind of cheesy. But like, I'll just buy the boxes, I'll print the cover art, I'll cut it to size, I'll burn the CDs. Save myself a shit ton of money from the manufacturers. But maybe printing the CDs would be a little bit, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I can get the high quality printer. I don't mean like printing them from my non-commercial printer here, but I could go and get good box art printed from good commercial printers. You know, that could be something that we do with like physical Kickstarter rewards. It'd be kind of fun. Those starfish are okay. These are fine. Oh, by the way, True Nightmare, you wanted to know in your video why the audio for the rivers is weird? Because we use a audio spline for this one, and we use the natural sound for this one, so it's a little bit weird up here. I probably could use two audio splines on it, honestly. I think I kept it because it sounded a lot lighter here, which makes sense because of this little pool. But here I use a more like rushing, louder sounded one. It's really awkward though because it follows this spline. So if you're kind of underneath and you just cross the spline, it's going to switch between your left and right ear. A little awkward, but prototype. Seashell. Let's do a starfish up here. That looks nice. Why? Oh, because I had the I had the shell selected too still. Oops. When placing foliage, please make sure that you deselect the old ones. Yeah, and I wanted to fix this too. Preparing shaders, 276. Okay, go ahead, prepare your shaders. Do your thing, my beautiful 10-year-old CPU. Still really laggy. Doing something in the background. There we go. It's better now. Updating navigation, preparing shaders. Okay, I get it. I get it. Fuck me. Alright, that section's fixed. Water will do water things. Yes, it will. And it will always make me upset. And pause shader generation? That would be nice. I mean, to be honest, a little bit of section where the water doesn't properly sync up with the beach is whatever. Like here, it's not really noticeable. The player's not going to be that close to the ground ever. I will still fix it because it pisses me off. You done messed up, Aaron? Okay, here it should be okay-ish. Here to marbles on stream? Yes, we've done marbles on stream. Hate the terrain resolution. But it's fine. Prototype. Think about making your own because I hate the limitations. That could be nice. The weird season stuff, yeah. Marbles doesn't, from what I've used with it, it's almost like it more caters to the hardcore users of Marbles on stream, and if you just want to load it up and run a couple maps, it almost seems like it's more challenging to do that than anything else. And they give every user 50 balls. Yeah, that too. think the desert is mostly okay when it comes to the water. I have some weirder issues like this, but that's hard to get rid of. Hard for the player to see anyway. This looks okay. Oop. That's not okay. I'll fix the grass on there too. Let me check the rest of this coastline. That's fine. If the wet map is going up that far. Really awkward. Swirly. Oh, thank you, Number Gaming. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with our success today. You know, it seems small, but what we've opened up is the first bit of actual interaction. Make potions, you can throw them, you can do things. We just don't have a lot to do with it right now. And, you know, we didn't have that before because we didn't have the system to actually do things with it. But now you can, you know? One thing though, I'll fix up the tooltips on that dead tree. That should be pretty quick. Because I remember I wanted to do that and didn't do that. Don't crash. What are you doing? Don't crash. Don't corrupt my level. Don't do it. Don't do it. Thank the Lord, Jesus Christ. I already had one fucked up branch because my level corrupted. Or was that back here? Yeah. I had to revert a whole day's of work. Look at diverting around cursed change set. It was really fucked up. Hail somebody. Hitler, Jesus, Satan, whoever. Whoever is gonna not corrupt my level. I'm looking for it. How's my rock doing? Let's go check your rock. Doing good. Doing well. Oh yeah, has been healed. I can easily do this. Just get rid of that. Has been healed. Oh, because we probably said has been healed in the widget before, and now that we don't have the widget, we need to set it manually. Fine. Solved and on. Widget healed. Or widget healed, tree healed. I'll just do a select. Dead mystical tree. And if it's been healed, we'll just call it mystical tree. We'll tutorialize this a bit. We'll handhold. Fine. Needs healing. Perhaps a potion of store health. Mayhaps. Healed and thriving. I know it was regenerate health before. I'll just have it accept restore health at this point. We're only going to have one health effect in the final game anyway, so the fact that we have 3 of them, which is really fucking confusing in the prototype right now, is just a temporary issue. We have restore health, regenerate health, and fortify health. I might do some Star Wars this weekend. Okay, that should be fixed. Let me make a potion. We'll check it out. First, let's throw this one at it. This has regen health. That's not what we would want, so it shouldn't do anything. Doesn't do shit. Let's make a potion of restore. Yeah, just know that like the weekend streams, it's kind of... I might be playing a game, but it's still back-to-back work, so it does kind of... It isn't as relaxing as you would think. But I do want to at least play more of it. Don't press escape, idiot. You're an engine. Stop pressing escape. When is a weekend ever relaxing? Well, the thing is, I'd probably stream from home. Because the game runs like shit on my work computer because of my shitty CPU. But because of that, I'm streaming from my apartment where my fiance is, and I don't like to impede on her privacy in that way. So I could stream in like the morning, but then once she wakes up and gets out of bed, which thankfully, because she is a lizard, isn't very quickly, just download a CPU. We can probably play for like a few hours. Why didn't that work? Restore health 1 greater than or equal. Check type for success or. Hold on, we got a bug. We got a bug. Why? I put restore health in that potion, right? Unless I typed in the effect wrong. What you do? Why you do? Something is working, even though it was before. Right, this won't work right. Didn't work. Didn't work. Using a hammer on your PC, that's a really good idea. Why did I not think of that? Well, now it's just not even triggering. I think my problem is slightly different this time. I don't know what it is. Let me check. Oh yeah, it's because effects for failure. This needs to be an or, not an and. That's why. I'm stupid. That's all it was. I wasn't thinking clearly. Try it again. Boink, nothing. Perfect. Make the restore health. Try it this time. They also removed... No, I still see it, Bubby Bite. You have a better TTV? Because I think it was always a better TTV emote. It was never a default Twitch emote. There we go. Was it default? Why is that on my screen? One more bug. One more to fix. I cannot leave until it's fixed. I will think about it all weekend if I don't fix this bug. Oh, yummy. Oh, it's because has been healed. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's the only issue. We'll double check. Some old crap on there. And I wanted to increase the character length on the potion naming. I thought it was because the guy that did... Something happened with the guy that made the PogChamp emote. I don't remember what it was. But I do remember thinking it was stupid that they removed it. Alright, 100% the last thing I'm doing today. UI... Potion finishing. In the slot, I do validation, character limit. I will allow any characters, character limit of, let's increase it to 35. All right. Guys, that's it. That's it. Oh, shit. Ow, ow, ow. But I'd probably be on tomorrow with some Star Wars Outlaws. So we can play some of that. But for today, I gotta go home. I'm gonna get some rest and get back to some people on Discord for work stuff and LinkedIn and emails. Or I'll do none of that and I'll just drink alcohol until I pass out. I don't know. One of those two things will happen. Either way, guys, thank you so much. Message you, yes. Yes, I'm going to check all my Discord messages today. So, guys, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the follows today. A lot of wonderful people. And for the subscriptions, thank you guys for subscribing. It really means a lot. All the money goes towards game dev. And I'll see you tomorrow for Star Wars Outlaws. And then if you're not on the weekend... Monday for more Cauldron Chronicles. Check out our YouTube. We have all these streams posted there. Twitter if you want news and updates of when we're going live, or, well, I guess I don't really do that much anymore, but I don't know if you want to. And we have a Discord. If you're not there already, you can hang out with us. Download the builds for Cauldron Chronicles and provide feedback if you'd like, or just send me memes or tell me how much I suck. So either way, guys, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. One more time. See you guys. See you tomorrow.